Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is an 18-part video series showing you how to create FE house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So I'm gonna click on New, drop down, Architecture Template, and then press OK. And then once we have this, we need to click on Save and save it to the location that we want to. So I'm gonna save it to this spot where I wanted it. So J4M house. That's what I'm gonna call this. You can click on option before you click on save, and then here you can set up how many backups that you want. I'm gonna click on 5. I think that's good enough for intermediate. If you're a beginner, you can do 10 to 20. This is so that you can go back to anything. For example, if you have a problem with a project and you want to go back, you can instantly go back to that point. So now I'm gonna press OK, click on save, and then if we check our units, so you can type in UN. You can see that I'm using millimeters. We're in the metric template. If you want inches, you need to go and open up a imperial template. So once we're done with this, we're going to start off by adding grid lines. So it's under architecture, and as you can see on the right side, this is the icon that you need to click. You can also type in GR, that's for keyboard shortcut. So GR, so once you do, you'll be able to add in a line, a radius arc, and so much more. So here, I'm just going to use line. I'm gonna click from below to above, and that's around the middle of this elevation tags that we have here. So right now I started with number 1 and it's vertical. So I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. So what will happen is we can select that grid line again, and then we're going to be on the modify tab now. You can click on the copy command, or you can type in CO, that's the keyboard shortcut. So CO, and then once you do, the most important thing is to click multiple so that you don't need to keep on clicking copy again. So here, I'm just gonna check multiple. I'm going to grab the grid line, and then I'm gonna place it on the right side of my screen. So meaning that if I put it on my right side, it will keep on adding on the right side only. So of course, if you put it on the left side, it will add on the left side. So now I'm gonna type in 3185. So it started creating grid line number 2, and then again 3650. So we added that grid line again. So I'm gonna press escape and then escape again. So now we're going to add the horizontal grid line. So I'm gonna type in GR, and I'm going to click on the right side to the left side. But if you notice, if I'm gonna press escape and then escape again, zoom in, it will start number 4, which I don't want, because I want my horizontal grid line to be letters. So I'm gonna change that to a capital A. So now it's capital A. Once we create grid lines, it will start the sequence of letters. So that's a smart thing about Revit, that it recognizes what you did and it will basically do the sequence. So now I'm gonna press escape. Again, I'm going to select that and then type in CO. Multiples is already checked because from the default we check multiple and it will recognize it again, and basically every time you copy now, just double check, but I'm sure that it will stick with multiple checked. So now I'm gonna grab it and then I'm gonna pull it downwards from my screen. I'm gonna type in 5624. Next will be 2790. Next will be, you want to make sure that it's 90. 2490. And lastly, we have 2950. So now that we have all our grid line, we can zoom out and press escape multiple times. What I notice is that this area or this grid line, the horizontal, is too much. We put too much. So what we'll do is we're going to center this first. So I'm going to select everything and then just grab it. So basically, every time you have your model, it always needs to be at the center of the elevation tags in order for you to choose the elevation and in order for that to be shown on that elevation. So for example, if you have your model right here, you just need to move this elevation tag. It's easy. You'll be able to move it like so. So I'm gonna undo that. And then here, now that it's in the center, I'm gonna click on one of the grid lines right here. And if you notice, there is a temporary dimension or the temporary dash line that is showing. This is the dimension, this is the dash line. So that dash line indicates that if we put one up, all of them will be pulled up because there are aligned on each other. So now I'm cleaning it up. I'm selecting that as well. I'm gonna pull it right here as well. So for example, if you want to show the grid bubble on this side as well, all you need to do is check the square bubbles right here to show bubble. The only thing that you need to do is you need to select them individually, and then once you have it, you will have it all the way. So that's the hard part, is you need to do that on all the grid lines. So now that you're done with that, next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna click on the dimension. You can type in DI, and then from DI, what we need to do is we need to add dimensions first on every grid line and then the overall. Again, dimensions on all grid line and then overall. So now that we're good with that, we can now press escape and then escape again. Here's a zoom in so that you'll be able to follow all the grid lines that we have. So now that we're good with this, we can now go to our elevation. I always click on south elevation, which is facing on this way. So now I'm gonna click on south, double click on that. You wanna make sure that all the levels is under or above your grid line, or else it's not gonna be shown. So for example, I'm going to pull it down. So right now, if we click on level 2, everything is showing. If for example, you notice when you check your level 2, how come there's no vertical grid lines right here? That's because it's under the levels right here. So all you need to do is just pull it up and this will be shown again. So those are the things that you need to do in order to fix anything that you cannot see. So here I have level 1 to level 2. I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to put 3000 only from level 1 to level 2. Then again, I want to add the roof line. So here you could go to architecture. Beside the grid line, we have levels, and you can type in LL to add level. So I'm gonna type in LL, and then we could add levels right here. So another 3000, and then there we go. If you notice, once we add level 3, our floor plan already upgraded to add level 3 again as well. So that's good when you're adding just 1 or 2 levels. But if you're adding multiple levels, for example only, I'm gonna undo that. The fastest way is selecting level 2 and then clicking on copy. And then multiple is check. And then you could grab level 2 and then pull it up and then keep on adding 3000, the height of the levels. The only issue with this is the level 3 and level 4 is not showing on this level. So now the solution for that, so I'm gonna undo just level 4 because level 3 we're gonna use. But the solution for that is you need to go to view, and then here under plan view, you just need to go to floor plan. It's already highlighted. If you have multiple levels, you will be able to hold on shift and then select at the last part, and then it will highlight everything. So the only thing you need to do is highlight everything and then press OK. Once we press OK, level 3 will be appearing here. So that's the only thing that is what you do, or you need to do in order to show those levels. And those just an extra step, but it will be faster for you actually. Instead of you, like for example, if you have 30 levels, that will be very hard to add individually. So at least you know the fast way and the faster way. So now I'm just going to pull this one down a little bit. If you want, you will need to double check every elevation in order for you to see if everything is crossing the level 3 so that it's appearing. This one is appearing, but I just want to pull it back so that we have room, because sometimes you need to add dimensions to this elevation. You can do so. So now here, north is good, south, and then west is good as well. So everything is good. Let's go back to level 1. And then let's go back to architecture and click on the wall. And then here we have basic wall generic 200 millimeters. So I know in newer Revit versions, what you have is preloaded. So what I mean preloaded is you have this exterior brick on CMU. You don't have any more of the generic wall. So now what you can do is you can select one of them. You can create your own by duplicating, and then here you could just type in exterior wall number 1, press OK, click on edit, and then now what you have is your exterior side and interior side. You can delete all of this and then all of this right here, but the one that you cannot delete is the layer above wrap and layer below wrap, and then in the middle as well, the structure. So those are the ones that you cannot delete, but as you can see, you can delete everything else. You can change the thickness right here. We can put 150, and then here let's change it up to something white, which I always choose gypsum wallboard. So I'm gonna choose that one, press OK, and then OK again. What you need to change here is base constraint is level 1, which is our base, and we want it to be above, or the top constraint to be up to level 2 only, not all the way to the top. So here, once you change this, click apply, it will change here as well. So you can change it right here or right here. Wall center line is the default. We're gonna maintain that. And then here you have chain already checked, so we're good by adding, going to A1, going to A3, going down to A or E3, going back here to E2, and then right here, if we zoom in, we can select here to our D2 and then D1, and then we're going to fix that later on. So I'm going to change that so it's easy to just give you the direction like this for now, and then go and finish A1, and then after that we can basically change it up later on. So here it's easy to let you know that I want to move this one right here. I'm going to grab this temporary dimension and add it to the D grid line, and then here I'm going to put in 177T. So now it falls back right here. So it's easier to edit those instead of you guys or me letting you guys know that this is here and there. So the dimension is easier to do that. So now that we have our exterior wall, let's create an interior wall. But first, the one that we have here is also an exterior wall. So here I'm gonna grab this. You can type in CS. CS is basically create similar. It's under modify. So once you click that, you'll be able to select whatever object right here, and it will be easily, you can add it again. So here I'm gonna add an exterior line for A2 up to B2 and going back to B1. So now we have exterior side and exterior wall right here. We're probably gonna change this wall later on, because we're gonna pull that back, and then this will be a border wall. But at the meantime, we're going to just stick with this. It's easier to change it later than to change it now. Once we understand the layout that we're trying to do here. So now, what I'm gonna do is, we could go and add more exterior wall and then interior wall. So here I'm going to edit, duplicate. This will be interior wall number 1. Press OK. Click on edit. It will be 150 as well. And let's leave it at gypsum wallboard for now. And then here, once we have interior wall, I want to add C3, going to C2, and then going back to connecting to this wall. So now I know it's 150 as well, so we maintain that thickness of the wall. So I'm gonna leave it like that. And then in terms of an interior wall in this space, most of them are open area, so we're gonna leave it like that for now. So we're gonna stop here and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the grid lines, the exterior wall, and then the levels. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So I'm gonna zoom in here, and then we're gonna start off by adding the stairs. So under architecture, you can click on the stairs, and then once you have the stairs, we can start adding the stairs by determining how many risers that you want and also the distance. For me, I'm going to add at least 14. It will be 7 each, and then it's going to be a U shape. So I'm going to add 14. I will add 7 each for the riser, and then it's just going to be a U shape. So here I'm gonna start by adding here. If you zoom in, it will tell you how many you did and how many remaining. So here I have 7 that I created and 7 remaining. I'm going to click that, and then now I'm going to move on the side and then add another one. I usually do is click finish first and then select that and then nudge it in place once I do. And then we could see it into our 3D. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove this on this side and then just leave it this one. I could change that to glass panel if I want to make it nicer. And then from here we could change it a little bit, but we could do that later on. My plan is to at least have everything set up with the furniture and everything. So I could align this one at the corner right here. I want to make sure that I align it enough to be at the corner. So AL is for align. So now I like the gap here, and then we have some space for the door, and we know that this is going up and then this is going down. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to architecture and then double check this is the interior wall. So I'm going to select that and then CS. CS is create similar. It's easier for you to select the ones that you already added and then using CS in order for that to be live, or you can be able to add that instantly. So that's something useful to use. So now, knowing that I select the interior wall, I needed the interior wall, so I select that and then type in CS, and then now I could add it instantly. So now I'm gonna add that right there, AL to align it, and then there we go. That looks much better. So next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add in the furniture. So I go into insert, load family, and then we have here under the furniture folder, we have table, seating, bed, storage, and whatever. So now I'm going to add in the seating first. So let's add in the couch. I'm gonna use this sofa corbu. Click open, and then what you need to do is you need to load them one by one. So I loaded that one, and then now I could type in CM. So that is component, and then you'll be able to add it instantly. So you can press spacebar to change orientation. So I'm gonna add it right there, and then we can add in some chairs. So that's the trick. Load them one at a time, and then you'll be able to use CM so that you don't need to look for it. Because for example, if you don't know the CM, you will need to go to architecture, click on component in order to look for that. And what if you already loaded too much or too many? So now you will need to look for it and see where it is, and you only have this small picture right here for you to see that this is the one that you just loaded or you loaded before. So now it's a good idea to load them one at a time and then type in CM so that you don't need to go under architecture and then click on this. It's just a fast way of doing things. So now I'm gonna load a chair with the same thing, CM, and then load it right here. If you notice, this is too big for the space. So what you can do is, I'll show you how to edit any family. So you just need to select that family, edit type. What you need to do is you need to always duplicate any family so that the original will stay. So here I'm gonna select duplicate. You could name it whatever you want. I'm just gonna name it sofa 2 to make it easier. And then the depth is what I want to change. So here I want to change this to 550. Press OK, and then now it looks much better. I could align it right here and then there. Now I'm gonna do the same thing right here. Edit type, duplicate. I'll leave it the name like that, and then 550. Press OK, and then it's much better. Then I need a coffee table, and then we will load in a TV or an entertainment TV. So let's go to insert, load family, go back here, and then we have table. Let's look for a coffee table. This is what I usually use. Press open, CM, and place it in the middle. Escape and then escape. Now what you can see is there are 3 preloaded right here. So what you can do is you can change it from there to this. But if you notice, you can also create your own size. So here I'm gonna click edit, duplicate it again. I'm gonna call it coffee table to make it easier for me. And then now we can change the length, the width, and the height. I'm going to change the width or the length. This one I'm gonna make it probably 900, and then the width is probably 600 to make it easier. We can make it, increase it more, probably 1200. Click apply, okay. Now it looks much better with the spacing, and then we could push it a little bit right here, because we're going to add a window right here and then entertainment right here. So that's why we're spacing it carefully. So now let's go to load again. Under insert, go back here, and then we have storage here, right here, and then there is an entertainment center that we could add and edit here. So I'm gonna open that, CM, and then spacebar to change orientation. I'm gonna place it right here, and in order for us to edit it properly, what we can do is we can go to right here, we have section, and then let's add in a section right here. Don't worry, we're gonna flip it out. So here, once you add this one, press escape, select that again, and then we have a flip section right here. So flip it, and then what we can do is double click that. It's facing on the other way, so let's go back here and then select that, and then click on spacebar. Now it will rotate, and then now it's facing the correct way. So the idea is that we're going to add floors here. So once we add a floor, what I'm gonna add for the thicknesses of the floor is 200. So once we add the floor, it will go down here under level 2. It will go down to the level. It will be 200 from here. So now the height, actual height from here will be from floor to ceiling will be 2800. So minus 200 for the thickness of the floor. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that, edit, and then now I'm gonna go to the height. I'm gonna set it up to 2800. So I'm done with that size. If I press apply, okay, at least it's in the correct height. Now for the width, I'm gonna edit that as well. So width, I'm gonna estimate around probably 3000 I need. So now this is good enough. I want to have some room here, so I could push this one on the side. AL, I'm gonna align it right here. Here I'm gonna select that again, edit, and then the depth is too much as well, So I'm gonna change that to 500. And then the center right here, edit that again. We could take care of that with this. So I don't want to maximize it. So probably 2000 is good enough. So I just don't want the look of the storage beside that. So probably 1500 for now. And then let's not forget, we can basically expand that more if we want to, but I want the option of adding the back door right here. So I just want to add that option right there. So now let's go back to insert, load family, and go back here, and then we need to add the TV. So I'm gonna press OK, CM, spacebar, and let's add it right about here. Don't worry, we're gonna make it big enough. So let's go back to our section in order for us to see it. Here we could place it right here by using align AL, and then let's grab it from here for now, and then AL again in order for us to place it correctly right there. And then we could change the sizing right here. We can do more if we want to by editing the type, duplicating it, and changing the diagonal and even the thickness, but it's up to you to decide. I think it's perfect enough for this space. Okay, and then let's go back to insert. I'm gonna load in some tables again. So here I'm going to add in the dining table. So I'm gonna press OK. Let's save that first and then type in CM, and we could add the table right about here. That's good enough space for the area. And then let's load in the chair. So here, go to seating, and then let's look for this one, and then click open, CM, spacebar to change orientation, spacebar again, add right here, and then we can actually extend this a little bit. So I'm gonna edit this. You can duplicate it if you want, but for me I'm just gonna change the width. So I'm gonna make this one as 900. Click apply, OK. And then from here I'm going to just move this one a little bit like that, and then we could just delete this for now. We don't need it for we're gonna need it later on, but it's just on our way. So now I'm going to click this one and then click draw axis. Here at least we can see that this is the midpoint, so you can use that draw axis. You can also, so I'm gonna select all of this by holding on control button, and then here you could use this one as well, pick axis. As you can see, it's showing where the midpoint is as well, so you can use this as well. So that's both of the difference of how to use that. So now we have the dining area right about on this, and then we could extend it or do it like that if we want to. So the thing that I'm planning to do here is the powder room would be under the stairs. So here I'm gonna add in the same thing. This is the interior wall right here, and I'm just gonna extend it just like that. And then we're going to add in the sink and then the toilet right about here. So it's just a small area for our powder room. I know it's not going to be visible too much, but we're going to add whatever we could add here. So we can basically add this one like that. I want to check it out in 3D, and then we can manually push it down like that. And even for this one, we can manually pull it down, and we can box this one out. But for now, we're gonna leave it like this. We can add in a door later on, and then we're gonna extend this a little bit. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the stairs, and also we added some furnitures. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm gonna focus on is the kitchen. I would like the kitchen to be facing on this wall. So we will have this wall facing right here. This will be like a glass door, so that to open up the backyard right here. So now I'm gonna make it linear like this, and then all of this will be space for the island and whatever we're gonna put there. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on component drop down. Here we're gonna use model in place, and then look for generic model. Press OK, and it's up to you if you want to change the name. I'm just gonna leave it at generic model number 1. After that, click on extrusion, and then from here I'm gonna create extrusion using rectangle. And I want to make sure I will give a gap for the fridge. So I'm going to put it like this, and I'm going to move it a little bit on the right side. So we could have something right here, maybe a breakfast nook or whatever we decide later on. After that, I want to click on this line. Here I could set it as 650, or around 7 is good enough. And then click on finish. And then here we could set up the material. And then here I'm just going to use like a wood finish. So I'm gonna click on wood, I'm gonna use ash, and then click apply, okay. And then from here, I know it's gonna be 900 from the bottom to the top. So I'm gonna put that at 900, and I'm gonna click on finish. And then here, I want to add the fridge right now. So I'm gonna insert, load family, and then here we could go to specialty equipment, and then domestic, and then mid-range, and we have the fridge right here. Click open, CM, spacebar, and then I'm going to just add it right there. I can push this one back like that. AL, I'm gonna align it at the back right there. And then here, I'm going to click on edit. I don't want to show the label. And then click apply, and then OK. Next thing is, actually, I'm going to add the both case with a combination of convection oven. So I'm going to go insert again, load family, and oven and microwave, or the combination. So I'm gonna look for that. This one, double oven, and then CM. I'm gonna press on spacebar, and I'm going to add it like that. Select that, edit type. I don't want to show the label, so I'm gonna uncheck that. AL to make sure that they are aligned. So I'm good with that. And then I'm going to push this one back a little bit. So right now we could just move this one all the way right here. And then we're going to add a case in this spot. So now I'm going to add in a section. This section will be able to see what's going on right here. I'm going to extend that all the way right here, and then grab this and then flip this one to this side. You can double click right there, and then now I'm going to move this one above right here, and then we will add a casing right about here as well. So here in section, we're going to click on model in place again, generic model, and then this will be number 2. I'm gonna go and add an extrusion. I'm going to pick the plane, which is this wall, and let's use rectangle in order to add this. I'm gonna make sure that this is 2800, which is exactly what we want, but at the same time I want to align it from the level 1. So now we need to push this back 2800, and then here I'm going to add an opening, and then I'm going to align that right there, and then here as well I'm going to add an opening. At the same time, we need to delete this, SL, and then TR, trim and extend. So in this regard, we did this, but here we need to do this like that. So the 250 is not actually what we want right now, but we need to click on finish first and then change the material. I'm going to add a stone finish on this one. I'm going to use field stone, apply, OK, and then click finish. Go to 3D to see the extrusion, and then here, from here, we could just grab the arrow and then just push it all the way right there to make it look nice. Let's go back here, and then I'm just going to push this one a little bit back, and then this one as well. AL, I'm going to align it from here, and then if we see it in 3D, it looks flush right there and it looks proper. Okay, so now what I'm gonna add here is the top. So we'll have a dining area here, and then we're going to have a breakfast nook here, and then at the same time we will have an island. So there's a lot of things going on in this area, but that's fine because it will look nice. So now I'm going to add a top for this one. So here I'm going to just edit the extrusion part. I'm going to click on create and then click on extrusion. So this extrusion, I want to set this one, pick a plane, and then the plane that I'm gonna use is the top of this extrusion part. So once you set that, you can click on rectangle, and then you want to make sure that it's only 25. After that, this will be another stone material, so we need to change that. And then click on granite cut polish for the material. After that, click on finish and then finish. We want to see it. It's looking right good. And then now we need to edit this. We're going to add the kick plate. So I'm going to select that, edit in place again, but instead of extrusion, we're going to click on void form and then void sweep. After void sweep, we're going to pick the path and then we're going to choose this path. Or we could select it using pick line. That's easier. After that, click finish and then click on modify sweep again in order for you to have this option, and then click on edit profile. And then you can zoom in, select rectangle, and then create a rectangle going in. So right now it needs to go in so that we could void it. Here we could have 80, and then here we can do 100. So 100 by 80. That's fine for the kick plate. Click on finish, and then here, click here again, click finish again, and then now you can select cut geometry, and it will be cut like that. After that, click finish again. And then now we will add, let's add, basically I want to add here the cooktop. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go to level 1 again, insert, load family, and then we're going to use probably one of the cooktop right here. I'm gonna click on open and then CM, and we're going to add the cooktop just right here at the top. I'm going to move this one just a bit in the middle like that, and I don't want the label, so I'm gonna select that, edit type, and then uncheck the label. So that's good. And then let's load in the range. So here we're going to go back. So probably, yeah, we need to go back, and then here mid-range, and then we need to, sorry, not mid-range, high end, and we need to have this hood wall. So range hood, click open, and then type in CM, and then we're going to add it right about here. And of course I don't want the label. And then from here, let's go to section again, and then let's pull this one above, just enough for the 2800. So just enough for that. So now it looks nice. And then we will create a cabinet at the top right here. We could use the section so that we could base it from this face. So again, let's go to architecture and then component drop down and click on model in place. Let's save this, and then once you do, look for generic model and then press OK again, and then OK again. Now we're gonna create an extrusion, and we're gonna pick the plane on this wall. So press OK, choose this wall, and then now select this rectangle, and then from the 200 we're going to add the cabinet above. So AL, I'm gonna align it from this because I know this is 28. That's exactly the height that we need. And then from here I want to set that this should be 850, and that's high enough, and then that's good enough for here, for this one. I'm going to click on finish, and I know it's not enough. I'm going to need to change the materials again. This will be ash, same materials that we added from below. Actually, I'm planning to just change it to a different wood, so maybe Douglas fir will be good enough for this. And then click on finish again, go to 3D, and then from here we could basically just move this one back like so. If you want to be exact, you could click on edit, select that, and then edit extrusion. We could set it up as like this, and then we could go to level 1 just to change the width on that. But as you can see, we can basically manipulate the size instantly by using extrusion. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm just eyeballing how it looks, and here we could just drop this one as well if we want to. So we just need to go to section, and then here you could change the height of those so that nothing is sticking out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull it down so that at least this one is visible enough. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the backsplash. So here again, I'm gonna click on component, model in place. This will be generic model. Press OK, and then OK again. Extrusion, pick a plane, same thing, this wall, and let's leave it at 10. And then here we need to change this one to tile. I'm gonna use this. Press OK, and then now we just need to add this rectangle all the way right here. Click on finish and then finish again. Now it's looking like this. I like the way it looks. In 3D, if you want to see all the grills, you just need to click on fine, and then more detail will appear. Now it looks nice. And then what we could do as well is we could add something right here in below. I'm going to put in some dishwasher. So go to insert, load family, go back here, mid-range, and it will be under here. So it's probably at the back here, high end. Let's add in these different kinds of range. You can even add this if we want to. So I'm just thinking where I seen that. I know it's something right here. So dishwasher, and then CM, we could add it in this face, and then by just taking out, that will be fine enough. And then we could just edit type, duplicate, or uncheck here, apply, and then OK. And then we could manipulate that to stick more later on. So it will look like that. And then we could push that back under our section if we see that it's not showing properly. So I could go and push it back more later on so that everything is flush properly, so that it's just showing the door. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to just hide this too. We can even use the scope box or section box if we want to. You could use that under properties, check this box, and then click apply. And then after that, you'll be able to pull this one out. And once you do that, you can see that it is basically hiding whatever's you unchecked there. So now everything is like that. If you want to make it back, you just need to uncheck that and it will go back. So for now, let's use the section box in order for us to do this one properly. Another way is for us to just hide this wall, but for now I think it's better to just use this. So now that we're seeing this, what I want to do is probably maybe push this back a little bit more, or maybe we could just add a void on that. So we're probably gonna deal with that later on, but for now what I want to add here is we could add in the cabinets. So we already have our backsplash, and we could go to our section 1 and add in our cabinets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on here, click model in place, or we could just use this. So we could select the ones that we created here. So for example, I'm gonna start off with the top cabinet, edit in place, click on extrusion, pick a plane, which is this one. Once you select that, we could use rectangle and then offset this one to 10. Here we offset it to 10, but we want it from the inside, so just click on spacebar and then select that on the corner. After a while, I want to add the cabinets right here in the middle, so this is a perfect spot. And then another one right about here, but let's remove the offset right here. We could use this and then offset that, so that's much better. And then here we just need to divide this one properly. So I'm thinking just maybe maybe 3 is enough, and then I'm just eyeballing this for now. and move this one. This is around 600, 630. So let's make this one 630. And then 630 here, 633, and then 630. So that's good enough for me. It's almost even out. So here I'm gonna mirror this in between here, and then now we just need to click here and add a 10 offset. So I'm gonna place it on the outside, and then what we'll need to do is SL, that's split element, and then here we need to split the ones right here, and then the ones below as well. TR, trim and extend. Okay, and then at the top as well, trim and extend. And then here I'm just gonna have an extrusion of 10, and I remember the top is, we put it as Douglas fir. So I'm gonna use the same finish, and then click finish, and then finish. Let's look at it at 3D. I'm not yet done with this. I want to edit it more. The reason for that is I want to have a modern look. So I'm gonna select that and edit, no, not edit extrusion, but instead go to create, and then we're going to void sweep. After that, pick path. What we're gonna do is we're going to create an offset. So I'm thinking of probably 40. So here I'm gonna select, the path, so I'm gonna select this path, so instead of here I'm gonna pick path and then 3D instead, because that one is a lot harder if you think about that. And then after that, click finish, click the sweep, and then edit profile, and then from here we're gonna create a void from the inside right here. For me, I want it to be, so we could start off. Let's align it here so that we could know. So we select this. I will need just 5 millimeters, and then from here I want it to be, I want to move it or instead of this one, I think I could do this much faster if I did. So I'm gonna redo it. Click here, edit in place, select all of this, and then I'm gonna create a void extrusion instead. Go to your section, it will be much better. And then from here, we're going to rectangle, and then we're going to use an offset. I think an offset of 40. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try. So we need to set first. So I'm gonna pick a plane. I'm gonna choose this plane. Now we can basically set it off now. Those are the steps that I missed, but it's good because I don't want to do it manually. I want to do it in one shot. So at least this one is a good thing because we can do it fast. I'm just looking at this one, if this will be the best distance. I could do probably 100 as well. And then here, -5. Apply, and then finish, and then cut geometry. And then click finish. I want to see if it works. I want to see it in 3D because it's not cutting. So basically it cut, but we just need to change the start. So at least put 5 here so that it's basically cutting. Okay, so now look at this. It looks much better. It looks modern. We can even change whatever we have here if we want to. We're gonna do the same thing here in front, so on the base. So we could go to section again, and then we could select this one, edit in place, and then here select void extrusion, pick path. This is very important. We have to choose which one, and then that's what we choose, the front of this. Now we need to do a rectangle, but we need actually, let's delete that. We need to create the front first, so we're going to create that for now. So pick the face, and then here we're gonna put 10. Select this and then add an offset of 10, and then select it from this corner, spacebar to change orientation, and then to this corner, and then click. Before you click finish, change the material. I believe this one was ash. So I'm gonna choose ash, and then that's for the door or the drawers. So once we have that, we can now do the void extrusion, pick path, and then we're going to choose the cabinet door. But again, I forgot to provide separation here. Let me edit this first and redo that. I'm going to get this one first, and then mirror this in between here, and then here we could have a drawer and then some pantry. I can have this one as a pantry, or some sauce. We can put some sauce there. Here we could put 500, and then here 500 as well. And then we could have drawers right here, and then drawer again here, and then drawers here as well. And then let's use align to align them, and then now click on pick lines and then offset this one to 10. And then we're here to do this task, which is we still have to do anyway. So now SL to split element, we need to add separation so that we could trim it properly. So now we could go at the top first, and then we're gonna deal with it later on for the others. So maybe I could add more variation by adding 2 drawers. Okay, so we're just going to add that, and then I'm still thinking where I'm gonna add the 2 drawers. Okay, so I'm probably going to add it right here just to have a difference. I'm gonna put it in the middle like so, and then put 10, and then SL again to split it up. And then after that, we need to type in TR, that's trim and extend, and we have a task of doing this now. And then let's focus at the top. Okay, so now we're just adding this. Then trim this again. And then now whatever's below. And then now I'm just gonna click finish and then finish. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish up the top cabinet, and as you can see, we added some details so that it will look modern. Now we're gonna do this on the base cabinet. So right now I'm going to go to section 1 and select the extrusion, edit in place, and then we're going to create void form extrusion. We're gonna pick the plane and we're going to choose the plane for this one. Now, similar to the upper cabinet, we're going to click on rectangle and then offset that to 100. So now we're going to select that and then put a space bar. So in terms of here, we're going to change it a little bit, but for cabinets we're going to maintain the 100. And then here I think 100 is good as well. Here we're going to make it different, and then I believe this one is for the dishwasher. So now I'm gonna align this one just to make sure, and then select this one again and offset probably 70. So I'm gonna offset that to 70 so that we still can see something there, because when I did the 100, nothing is showing anymore. Here we might put it back to, So this one we might put it back to 100 just because it's not lining up here. So I'm just going to change that a bit. AL, and then grab it from there. And then here it doesn't matter, it's because it's not on the same level as this one. So now we want to make sure to put -5 and then 5 here so that it's still showing. Click apply, finish, and then cut geometry, and then click finish. If we check that out, now everything is looking like this, and it looks much better. Next, I'm gonna provide you a handle for this that I created. It will be on the second link on part 1 of this video. So the good thing about this is it sticks on the face of anything. So even here on the top of there, but we could add it right about anywhere. So I'm gonna put it in section, and then here I'm going to add it right about here, and then in the midpoint right here, and then let's add it here as well. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to mirror this into the midpoint, and then from there we're going to copy this as well from the corner at the top. We want to make sure to copy it again, and then make sure multiple is checked, so that we just need to keep on adding. Here we could just put it in the middle again, or CS, put it in the middle, and then pull it up, and then here copy it from the corner. I'm gonna do this one as well. Copy it in the corner, and then copy it from here just to have that one. And in terms of midpoint, I think it's much better if we keep on just adding it, and I could always align it. So I'm gonna do that instead. And then here I could align it from the top here, and then there. And then I'm gonna grab it from the corner again, so that everything is in the midpoint. I want to double check that. That looks nice. And then here we're just going to add it from the corner right here for this area, and then this one for the corner as well, for this one as well. So now everything is showing like that. We could put this one in fine so that everything is showing as well. And then we need to do this one by mirroring first, so that we could make everything uniform at the top. We could grab this and then copy it from the corner. Sorry, we could have to put it right here, and then just delete this one. And then let's copy it again from the corner right here, to this corner. Because this one is equal, we could just do it like that. Now it looks much better. So at least in this area it is done. Now we could move this one a little bit. We're going to create the island right here. So same thing, go to architecture, component drop down, model in place, and then click on generic model. And then here we're going to click on extrusion, and we're going to add an extrusion like so right about here. I'm assuming the distance at the moment because we're still going to figure out the aisle here. So around 1200 is good enough. I wanted to check here around 850, and we could maximize this space, and then this will be our breakfast nook as well. So we could add something, we could design something right here that will have an area. So let's create the island first. So I'm gonna pull this one a little bit there, and then we are going to add the sink here. So right now I want it to be 0 because this is level 1, this work plane is level 1, and then to 900, similar to the height here. And we want to make sure that this is a different material. It will be wood as well. I'm gonna choose maple glossy, click apply, OK, and then click finish, and then finish as well. Double check, everything's good. Now just go back again, click here, edit again, and then we're going to add on the top, so another extrusion. Set, pick a plane, we're gonna set it at the top here, and then this will be just 25, and we will have so instead of a top, I want it actually to be different. So I'm gonna exit on this. We could exit again, go here under section, select this, edit in place, but our view is like this. Create extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select the face of this one, of the island, and then now we're going to select here, and then we're gonna offset 25 around, and then we're gonna add something below and below right here. So now it will be of something like this, that we could have an overhang on the side for some chairs. I can pull this one back, and then instead of maple, of course we need to have stone. And then here we could use this for now. until we finish that, until we create another one or we choose a different material. To finish this off, just for this island, for now, I'm going to include the seating. So go back to the main and then select furniture and then seating, and let's choose this one. Press open, CM, and let's add it right about here. Select that, copy, and then just add it just like that. So I'm happy with this, but now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in a sink. So go back to load family, go back to main, go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then we need to have a sink, and then we could choose this one, and then CM. Let's add it in the middle like so. Here, counter height, we put it 925 so that it's showing. So now it's flush, and what we need to do is we need to create a void around here. So I know this one, this is too much for the space, so I'm just going to eyeball it. Guess we set up 825 here, and I seeing that it's too much space. So at least people can still walk by here, not just on this space. So at least this is good enough, and we would just want this one to be at least in the middle. So I'm just estimating it from the middle right now, but I want to add in a void so that everything is showing below. So right now I'm going back to level 1. I'm gonna select this here, edit, click here, void extrusion, and we're going to add, we need to set it, so I'm gonna set it right about in this top, and then we're going to add extrusion, and then we need to click, so we need to negative, I'm just estimating around negative 500 from the top, and then click on finish, and then we need to see how it looks. We could just pull it back a little bit, and then see once we click on cut, now it's appearing the bottom, and it will appear on the plumbing there. So now everything's looking good. I'm happy with what we have right here. So the seating that we chose here, it's not bar height, So you can probably check Revit City if they have a bar height block, or if you want, you could edit it from yourself by yourself, but it depends on you. But for now, this is just to represent the bar height that we're gonna place here in the future. So at least we have all the handles, and we have handles at the top as well. So before we finish here, I just want to add the sliding door that opens right here. This will be available in part 1 description as well, so you don't need to worry. You just need to drag and drop it in the view. So let's wait for it to load, and then once it loaded, we're gonna place it here. So right now, if we place it here, it's not gonna be showing, so I'm gonna place it right here for now, and then from here we're going to edit this. So I'm gonna edit, and then here the height will be 2800, the width is probably 4500, and then 0 on the gaps, and let's apply, and then apply again. And then from here, CS, and we could place it right about here. I don't want any inset, so 0 on that, so that it looks flush there. We could delete this now, and then from here we can even maximize the width right here. So by checking what's the dimension, so probably 5470 or 5470. We could add it and then change it. Click apply and then OK. So now it looks like it's flushed right here. It looks nicer. And then if you want to open, you can click that as open, and at least we can extend whatever we have here onto our mini backyard. So I'm gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go back to level 1. And then from here, what I want to do is to add the flooring. So let's go to architecture, click on floor, and then from here, edit type, and we need to duplicate this, and we could call it floor number 1, and then press OK, edit, and then we're going to place it at 200 thickness, and then here I want a stone finish. So let's go to stone and choose one of this. I'm going to choose limestone, and then apply, OK, and then OK. So here I'm going to select the rectangle, and then from here I'm going to go all the way to the corner. So the corner of A1 up to the corner of E3. And then at the same time, what I want to do is I'm going to click on pick line, and then I'm going to pick line right here and right here, and then type in TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend on here. So once we do that, we just now need to just check, and then here we could go to our 3D and double check what we did. At the same time, we're gonna put grass around there. So first, I want to pull back this basic wall, exterior wall number 1, because I want the border wall to be smaller, and I want it to have a different material. So I'm going to type in TR, that's trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. And then after that, press escape multiple times, and then click on wall again, and then we're going to create the border wall. So here I'm going to edit, duplicate, press OK, edit type, let's maintain the 150 thickness, and then here we're just going to choose one of the concrete. So you can type in concrete, and then masonry unit. Click OK, and then OK, and then OK. Now we're just going to add it at the end here, and then at the end right here as well, because both of them are different wall properties. As you can see, you can basically edit the height here. So we could put top offset around 1000 to 1500, maybe half of the height. So it's actually negative of that. So we could put 2000 instead. Negative 2000. Or negative 1000. So I'm gonna leave it like that. I think the height is proper. It's good enough for this, for a border, just a border wall. And then now, let's go back to level 1. And then I'm gonna click the floor again. I'm going to edit and duplicate it. This will be floor number 2. And we're going to put grass. So I'm gonna type in grass here, and then pull it up by selecting that arrow, apply, OK, and then OK. And then now let's use rectangle again to click on the corner right there and up to the corner right here. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So now we have a floor there. At the same time, we also have a floor right here. So a couple things that we need to add as well is the doors. So let's go to insert, load family, and look for doors. And then here, let's go to architect, so residential. And then here, let's choose the exterior door. And then for the interior door, we're also going to use the garage door right here. So one of the garage door, we're going to use that. So here I'm going to choose this. Click open. I'm gonna select everything for the interior door, and then holding on shift button, click on the last so that to highlight everything, and then press OK. So just say yes that you want to load everything. Once you do that, we can go back to architecture and click on door, or you can type in DR, and then here we have the new door that we just loaded. At the moment it's the 300 by 2000, but we're not gonna use that. We're gonna use around 600, 700, and 800, maybe 900 by 2000. So that's what I'm planning to use depending on the size here. So here we could have this side door, and we could have an opening here as well. So side door, we could add it right here, and then here we're going to load the main door, which will be just a single door. Also, we have a room here, the powder room. So I'm going to add probably the 600. So I'm going to add the 600 by 2000 right about here. Press escape and then escape. Let's go load the other doors. So like I said, I want an exterior door. We can choose one of this as an exterior door. Click open. I'm probably going to use the 750, all of this only. So I'm gonna press OK, and then after that, let's add one of this. So 750 would be good enough, and then we're going to place it right here. So I'm happy with this. We could basically extend this as well if we want to, just to give it some indentions, and we could basically give a more grandiose entrance. So let's go to insert again. We're going to load the garage door, and then we're gonna choose one of this. I'm probably gonna use this. I want to try and use this one, so I'm gonna click on open, and then CM. Sorry, for the garage door is still a door, so we cannot use CM. We need to use DR. So DR, and then we're going to place it right about here. I want to see what it looks like, so here I'm going to edit the size. So right now I know that we could put it up to around 2700, and in terms of the size or the width, I'm going to use here to estimate how far I can put it. So around 3300. So here now I'm gonna edit this, and then here 3300, and then at least we have some gap and it looks nicer. And then here what we could have is maybe we have to lower it because we're going to add a floor. So it's better if we put this one around 2500 so that nothing is hitting. So we have a lot of gap, and we could just do something about that. So now I'm happy with this. I'm just going to, like I said earlier, gonna create an indentation right here. I'm thinking of turning this around, but I think that's too much. So here I'm gonna select exterior wall, CS, I'm going to add it right here up to right here, connecting right here. So we need to connect that. So now I'm going to select the door, and then here you can pick a new host. So I'm gonna pick this host and put it right here. At the same time, we can trim and extend right here, or we could just pull it back. So either way, it's correct. There's more effort to do that, but at the same time, at least you know there's a lot of ways to do things here. So here I'm gonna select that CS. We're going to just add a wall right here, just to have some closet, because that's something that I miss adding right here. At least now, when we see, it will look like that. Looks much better. Okay, so now I'm checking. We're going to add a window right here, and then let's add in all the toilets and the sink right here that we need to add. I'm thinking now maybe we need to put it at 500 to 2000 so that we have space for the sink. So that's okay as well. And I think we should just add the sliding door. So let's go to insert, load family, and then let's add in the sliding door, which is right here, sliding to panel wood. Press open, and then let's just add all of them. The reason for that is we're gonna probably use that for the second floor. So I'm gonna press OK, and then I'm sure we're going to create a custom one. We're gonna edit from the existing. So you can type in DR, and then here if you see, this is too big. So now I'm just gonna place it here for now. Press escape, select that, edit. We're going to duplicate that. You can name it whatever you want. I'll probably going to put around 900 only. So press OK, and then change the width. So 900. After that, we can press escape and then select it again and pick new host. And then right now we have our sliding door into our entrance. At the same time, we need to go to annotate, detailed line, and then here we're going to change demolish because we need a dash line, and select line, and then we're going to add 2 lines to represent the rod. At the same time here, we need to finish what we have right here. So let's go to insert, load family, go back to the main, and then go to plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then here we need to have the water closet. I'm gonna choose the toilet domestic, press open, and then type in CM, and then add it right here. At the same time, load family again, go back here, click on sink, and then choose one of the vanities right here. So we have a square, and then we have a round. I think let's use the round. Click on open, CM, and then add it right about here. And then we just need to go to annotate, click on detail line, change this to thin line, and then we need something to represent the top here. And then we could just move it in place, and then there we go. maybe we could hide, because you cannot just edit this one. So it's just hard to see, but at least if I show you that in 3D, you'll be able to see what we're trying to do here. It's supposed to be close as well right here. But that's something that I would let you guys do. You could just close it off with a wall right there. And then at the same time, let's add in here the curtain wall. So just select the wall again, and then go to the drop down and then select curtain wall. And then right now I want to put it right here, but from the inside. So space bar to change orientation. It will tell me an error, but that error is basically saying that it's not showing at the moment because it's under the wall. But we're gonna use cut geometry in order for that to be shown. I'm gonna show you that later. So I'm just gonna drag it a little bit right here because I want some gap in this area. At the same time, CS again, I want to add a window right here and then spacebar only at the top portion of this, so that we have some spacing right here. We have some sunshine coming through the garage. So now let's go to 3D. I'm gonna show you the error that was beeping earlier. So now go to modify, click on cut geometry, and then after that select the wall first and then the curtain wall, and then there you go, it changed to a glass, and then right here wall and then curtain wall. And then after that, I'm just going to pull this one a little bit, and then right here as well. So for me, this is the only time that I'm going to add this. And then after that, AL, I'm going to align it from this top, and then here I'll also going to pull it up a little bit, just a little bit, because I don't want it to be all the way down. So just a little bit, and then at least I think I want to push this one a little bit upwards so that the mullion is connecting to this one. So I'm just eyeballing it for now. If you want to make it exact, you can do so by offsetting this one to -200. So there we go. Now it looks much better. I know it's aligned as well. For this one, because we have something right here, the railing for the garage door, that's why I'm leaving it like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in some of the curtain walls right here. We added the door and the garage door. We also added the floor. Right now, we're gonna continue working on this. For level 1, before we go to level 2, I just want to add a furniture, like a breakfast nook here. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to the main and then go to furniture and then go to seating. Let's add in the table first. Maybe just a circular. So maybe we could use this with chairs already. So I'm gonna click open. We're going to override CM, and then here we're just going to add it right about here. So we have enough space for a breakfast area. So that's good. Now we're gonna go and probably let's just add some windows around here. So I'm gonna click on the curtain wall, CS, and add one right here and then one right here as well. And then let's go back to 3D, and then from here we could go to modify and then cut geometry. Select that and the curtain wall, select and then curtain wall. And for this one, we don't need to edit anymore because we create similar this one, meaning it will hold all the information that we have here. So if I click here, as you can see, it already has all the base offset and then the top offset. So that's good when you're doing create similar, when everything is already added like that. So now what we could do is we could click on level 2. We could add all the mullions later on the windows right here. And then here, let's go back to level 2. And then right now, in default, we have underlay turned on. So range base level is level 1. So for me, I want to turn that on because I could select, for example, this exterior wall or the border wall or the exterior wall, and then I could use CS in order to add it instantly here. I don't need to look for the wall right here and so forth. So it's an easy way to add all the things that you already added. So now I'm going to select exterior wall, CS, and then from here I would like to add. So I'm gonna click B1 up to B2, and then this is knowing that this is up to level 3, and then center line and everything is good. And then here I'm going to go A2, going to A3, going right here, to D. So go click on D first, and then we're going to add a little bit of probably 1200. So 1200 from the D3, and then going back here, so we're back in the number 2 grid line, and then going to E2, and then going back here, and then just copying what we have here below, and then go back to B1. So now we have this one's done. Now interior wall. So now I'm gonna select interior wall from below. So here I'm selecting that CS. So now we're going to add a wall right here, similar to what we did right here. And then we're going to add a wall right here. So separating this, and then this is around 1900. And then CS again from the interior wall, and we're going to divide this, and we're gonna divide this around 1500. So that's about it. I like the way it looks. And then we might extend this a little bit later on, but for now this is how it looks. And then here we're going to select this one, and then CS, and then we're going to close this off. So that's done right here. We're going to add another interior wall, so CS. So because this is probably confusing for you guys, I'm gonna turn on none for the underlay right before we could finish this. So here, this section, we could delete that for now. We don't need that. So here, I'm gonna select interior wall again, CS, and then here we're going to add another 1500 from this one. So here, I'm gonna select that 1500. And then here, it's up to this line. But we need to double check if it's good enough. So around 875, I feel like that's too little. At least around 1000. So here I'm gonna select that, and then here I'm gonna grab it. So here we have 875. I want it to be 1000. So at least we have some space to walk here. And then from there, CS, CS, and then connect that. So what we could do here to have some space is we could, I don't want this one to look like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it, AL, align it from here and pull it right there. And then from here, and then I'm going to add a wall right about here. So this is around, you can make it 2500 for the depth. Here we have 1900. We're going to make this one 2400. Make it 25 at least, so that everything is uniform in terms of length. And then here we're just adding an indentation so that it's not too much, it's not crowded. So here probably 400 from the C grid, and then here, or we could just align it from here. Let's align it from here to make it proper, and then trim this, and then here we could just move this one right here. So at least we could give this one a nice spacing. And then right now we could select this CS, and or we could just extend this one. And then I'm gonna double check what we have right here, because it looks, yeah, it doesn't look nice here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one back a bit. So I'm gonna grab it from here and grab it And then here we're going to put 1000. So at least we have enough space. So we have a spacing issue, but we're fixing it right now. So now what we have here, we could then add some space for our doors here. So I'm gonna click on door, and I want to double check what we're gonna use here. I want 700 by 2000. So here, this is just enough. I'm going to place it right about here. I think this is good enough space. And then right here for the washroom. And then we could add the ensuite right here as well. So this will include 3 bedrooms, and then 2 of them will have a shared washroom. I'm just gonna nudge it in place. You can use your arrow key, select the door, and then you could use the arrow key on your keyboard to nudge it in place. So now I'm just looking on how it will look, and then let's load and go to insert, and then let's load the bed. So go to furniture and bed. I'm gonna load in bed box, click open, and then let's save this, and we're going to type in CM and change it up to queen, spacebar, and then we're going to add this one right about here, and then we're gonna nudge it more in place, and then here we're going to add this one right about here. And then we could have the bed, another bed right here. And actually, we're gonna change this up. We're going to extend this one all the way right here. And then for here, we're going to move this one around this. It's because we need the laundry room. We're gonna place it right here. So now we're gonna have a door right about here, and then we could extend this a little bit more if we want to, so that we have more space right here. So to do that, we need to move this one again. So at least we have this one, and then we can nudge it right here, and then CS again. We could have our closet right here. Select that, grab it right here. Around 700 is good enough. And then we're going to add here as well 700 as well. And then this is the closet for us on this bedroom. And then here, what we could do is we could add in a door instead. And then I'm going to flip this by using that, and then we're going to do it side by side so that it looks much better. And then I want to finish up by adding the sliding door as well. So let's change this and then look for the sliding door. I'm gonna select the 1200 for now to see if it's enough. I can select that there, press escape and select it so that you could change it. So here 1500 or 1700. I think 1700 is good size. And then let's CS, add it on the other side as well. And then let's not forget to put annotation, detailed line. And then here we have the thin line. We need to go to demolish so that we have dash line. And this is to represent the rods. So I'm adding 2 lines right there to represent that. And then 2 lines right here. And then for this one, we could add in the dash line and then the thin line afterwards. So now at least we have our walk-in closet right here. And then we need to add in our vanity and our toilet. As you remember, we already added those. So we need to put an underlay to level 1. Click apply. And then here we could grab this one, CS, and then let's add it right here. We could add it on this side as well. And then for the vanity, CS as well. Spacebar to change orientation. And then spacebar right here to change orientation. After that, I think that's good enough. We don't need to have the underlay on. So now we could just press none and click apply. And let's insert the shower. So go back here, go to the main, select plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then shower. Load this one up, CM, and then add it on the corner. We should check the distance. So I'm gonna check here and then right here as well. This is around 1350. So I'm gonna select this one. You could edit if you want to, but for me, I'm just going to edit type, or you can duplicate that. But for me, I'm just gonna stick it right here. I believe 1350 right here, or vice versa. So we could put this one at 800. Click apply and then OK. I think that's a good enough size for our shower. So CS, spacebar, and then add it right there as well. And then we could just nudge this one in place so that to have some spacing. And then let's not forget to add the thin line, detailed line for the top. And then let's add it right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the second floor. We added the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So here I'm gonna zoom here, and I'm just going to use my arrow key so that I could move it a little bit like that. Let's go to Insert, Load Family, and then under Furniture, let's go and add in some nightstand table. So I'm gonna click Open, CM, and then let's add it right about here. So I'm gonna add it here as well. And then right after that, we're gonna add in a table lamp. So go back to the main, go to Lighting, Architecture, and then Internal. We have one of the lighting right here, which is a table lamp. I'm gonna try and add this. Click on Open, and then CM. Here I'm gonna place it in the middle, but I want to see that actual height here, so let's add in a section so that we could see that. And then we need to flip it to the other side, and then double click here. And then we're going to use Align tool so that we could align it perfectly right about there. And then let's move it a little bit up, because this is something like that. Let's see if we can align it. There we go. Now if we check it, it's actually 762 offset to the host, which is level 2. So now we can erase this and then go to level 2. And then here, if we select this one, if we type in CS, that's create similar, we could basically add this. And if you notice right here in the properties, it will adhere to the numbers that you added right here as well. So now we're gonna just add it in the middle of the table so that we could have a side table in our bedroom. Now we're gonna press escape and then escape again. I'm going to add in our washer and dryer. So let's go to Load Family, go back to the main, and then go to Specialty Equipment, Domestic, Mid-Range, and then we have washer right here, and then we have a washer dryer combo. Let's click Open and then CM, and let's add the washer and dryer right about here. So in North America, newer houses now, their washer and dryer is, or their laundry room is at the second floor. So the reason for that is obviously it's better to just do your laundry on the second floor instead of you going to the basement or whatever. So here I'm gonna select this equipment and then edit type and then uncheck the show label, apply, and then OK. I'm going also to add some storage right here. So I'm gonna add a line there and then a dash line as well. So now we have our laundry here. Actually, what we could do is we could make it an L shape, and then this one as well, and we could just trim and extend, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So at least we'll be able to maximize the storage space right here. So now that I'm happy with that, we're going to right now add. We could add some curtain wall. So click on architecture, click on wall, and then right here under drop down, curtain wall, and then we're gonna add our windows. So here I'm probably gonna add 3 windows, so around 250. So I'm gonna delete that again, and then click curtain wall again, or the wall, 250, enter, and then another 250. For some reason I'm getting that, so 250, enter, and then here I'm just gonna add it on the side here, and then I'm just going to delete this and nudge this one in place. So in terms of exact dimension, I'm just basically eyeballing this. So I have this one, and then I'm going to add a window right here as well, and then a window here on this. So I'm going to give it a nice big window, and then also we're going to add a window right here. Make sure that your curtain wall is from the inside of the wall. So what you can do is just click on spacebar to change orientation. So here, for example, CS, I'm gonna add a window here. So you can spacebar to just change orientation, and then add it right there. So now, once you add everything, we can click on modify, and then click on cut. That's cut geometry. What you can do is you can select the wall and then the window or the curtain wall. So select the wall first and then the curtain wall. And then I'm probably gonna add a window here as well. So select that, CS, and here I'm gonna flip it by clicking on spacebar, and then I'm gonna add that. Click on cut geometry, and then do it again. So now that's good. I just noticed that we haven't added the door here, so I'm gonna select that one, CS, and I'm going to flip it on this way. So I just noticed that, seeing that something is wrong here, and then I figure out that I forgot to put in the door. So now I'm just double checking everything. We have the sliding door here. We also have our thing here. Now let's go further and let's go to our 3D. So go to your 3D, and then here we're gonna set the height that we want. So most of the time around -400. I'm happy with that. And then after that, AL, align on all of them. And then here, if you want to multiple align, you could just check that one, so that we don't need to look for the base that we're gonna use, just to make it simpler for everyone. So now we're good. You can uncheck that because right now we have different heights. So here, I know this is a washroom, so I'm just gonna add it right there. And then here, this is, I'm gonna do something right here to make it nice. And then here, I'm gonna pull it up. And then I'm just going to use this align tool to just set all of them in the same height, like that. And then here, what I'm planning to do is to add a balcony, and also right here I want to add a balcony as well. So my balcony here is going on this side, and then here going on this side. So now for the height on this side, I'm gonna pull it up a little bit. So I'm just gonna pull that one a little bit up. So I'm happy with this. This one will be all the way in the floor. And then now, what I need to figure out, or to finish off, is to add the flooring. So now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2 and add in the floor. So go to architecture, click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. Press OK, edit, and then let's change this. The thickness will be still 200, but this one I want my second floor wall or floor to be wood. So I'm gonna choose one of this. Probably gonna choose mahogany. Click apply, OK, and then OK. After that, what I usually do is I'm gonna use my pick line and pick it from the inside. From the inside, so that it doesn't show onto our wall. So that's one of the reasons. But this is just basically a design portion of the architecture. So usually if you want to convert this one to construction drawing, you need to put it in the core or in the middle of the wall. Most of the time the core is in the middle. So now I'm gonna pick this one again, and we need to go around here as well. So TR, trim and extend at the corner. And what I usually do first is to click on finish. I want to make sure everything is good now, and then here I'll probably just do this now as well, so that I don't need to go back again. Delete this. We could just trim and extend, and then SL here, so to split this one, TR, trim and extend. So now we're probably just going to extend this, but for now I just want to click on finish to see what we've done. So right now, this is the look that we're having. Nothing is extending. We're going to extend it now. So we're probably going to extend this one all the way right here. At the same time, we're going to use that as a balcony. So what we could do is we could go to our underlay, click change done to level 1, and then let's edit the floor. So let's try and get the floor, edit boundary, and then we're going to click on pick line so that we know how far we're going. And then here, delete this, delete right here, and then we could delete this. TR, trim and extend, and then click finish, and then let's look at it again. So at least this one was moved, and then we have this one now, and then we could work on this. So at least this one is closed. We just need to worry about the look of that. So if you see, or if we change this, this is wood, but basically we could do is we could split face so that we don't need to add another one, but we're probably going to do that after we do this one as well, because we're going to use the same floor to extend it here. So now I'm going to do is going to give this one right about 1000. So just 1000, and then I'm gonna use this line, and then I'm gonna create a line right here so that we could go around, and then trim, TR, trim this one, and then trim this one. So now everything is proper. We're probably going to push this back because it's outside, so that it's not showing on the wall. Click on finish, and then let's look at it in 3D. So now it's looking like this. What we could do now is to change this materials. So at the top right here, we're going to paint this one as, let's use laminate, just to change the materials from that. Here as well, and then here. That's something that it's not visible anyway, because we're going to change that, but basically I just want to remove anything from there. After that, we're going to change this material as well, because obviously you're not gonna push the materials from here and to be exposed to elements. So what we could do is we could go here to level 2, and we're going to click on split face under modify, and then after that we're gonna select this face. Once you select the face, click on line, and then here we're going to change this materials from here. Click finish, and then again we're gonna select that again, or we could just click on face, split face, and we're going to change the materials on this face. So now we're going to use this. We're going to go around, and then right here. And then click on finish. So now we could add a paint on those area, and then it will be changed to a different material. So I'm gonna select that, and then let's use anything concrete that we have. So I'm gonna use concrete precast, and then select that, and then select here. So now at least we change it. I'm happy with that. so let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floor, and also we added some of the curtain wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna focus on the addition of the roof. So let's go back to level 2, and from level 2 here I'm still seeing my underlay, so I'm going to hide that for now. So none, and then here you need to choose level 2 so that you can change it up later on. So here go to level 2 and then click on roof, and I'm gonna edit type, duplicate, this will be roof number 1, press OK, edit, and the thickness, let's change it up to 200, and then for the materials, let's change it to asphalt, and then asphalt single shingles. So press OK, OK, and then OK. Now what we could do is we could pick line. We're gonna choose all the interior again, side, but make sure to uncheck the define roof. So I'm gonna delete this, and then here click pick line again, and then uncheck define slope. And then delete this. We mistakenly select that, and then let's go around here. And then you want to make sure to change this to base level 3, and then make sure to trim and extend all the corners and to connect them all together. So now that we're finished, click on the check mark and let's go to 3D, and here you go, we have our roof. Now we're going to select the exterior wall. Here I'm just hovering with my cursor and then clicking on the tab. It will highlight all the walls along this. So here I'm gonna select that by clicking on tab and then clicking on that, and then now I'm going to have a top offset of 600, or we could do it as 400. I think that's too much, so at least we have this one. After that, let's go back to level 2, and I want to add my railing, so I'm gonna click here, railing, and let's change this to a rectangular railing, and I'm going to add it here. And then click finish, and then let's add another one onto this side. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D, and I liked how it looks. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in the mullion, and then we're gonna load in the door. So here we need to add curtain grid first. So under architecture, beside the mullion, click on curtain grid, and then here what we need to do is we need to add in at least around 600 from the top, and then now let's go and add it in the middle, and like that. And why not add another in the middle right here in the bottom, so around 600, so that it's looking like that. I like how it looks, so I'm gonna copy it this. So click curtain grid, 600 from the top, 600 from the bottom, and then we could just select that again, 600, and then here select 600, and then just to have a better look, around 200 on the edge, so it's looking like that. So now in terms of here, we need to have 600 at the top, and then let's add in the door. The door, I want it to be around 800, and then now we could just divide this one in the middle, because I'm planning to add the door right here. At the same time, we're going to add 600 again here. I want the door to be around here, so around 800. So we could fix that. Press escape and then select that grid again, and then 800, and then select here, and then just divide it in the middle. And then around here we're going to fix this one, same look as here, but actually I'm planning to just change it a bit with this kind of look. So click on here, 600 at the top, 600 on the bottom, select that, change it, and then select here as well and change it. And then after that, let's add in the middle, and then around 300 at the side. So it's looking like that. So let's spice up what we usually do. And then here as well, we're going to click right here, and then 600 again at the top. I'm just adding it right now, and then I'm gonna fix it all together. Okay, and then now I'm gonna add in on the side probably around 200 as again. And then let's fix that, 200, and then 200 right here. So I'm happy with that. And then here, I just want it to be divided, because that's too big for that. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on mullion. I'm gonna choose 50 by 65. I think that's the best one. And then click on all grid. And then select here. I'm gonna select here as well. Select all the curtain grid. Don't forget the one below here. And then right there. And then before we add the door, the curtain wall door, we need to delete this one at the bottom. And then right about here as well, we have a mullion on the bottom, so we could delete that definitely. And then now we need to go to insert, load family, and then go to doors. And then here we have M door curtain wall single glass. So we're gonna load that by clicking open. And then now what you need to do is you need to select the panel. But at the moment, if we go to our mouse pointer, it's selecting everything. The trick is to click on tab and then it's circle around. It will go and choose the panel. Once it chose just the panel, you need to select that panel, and once you select that, the property will appear here, and you could just now change it to the door that we want. Then again, you will need to click on tab multiple times until it highlights only the panel. Select that panel by clicking on that, and then go to the drop down menu under properties and then select the door. In order to change the orientation, you will need to go to level 2, and then here you will need to select the door again and then flip it around like so. Here we need to flip and then flip it like that. So now I'm just looking, just checking, and then let's go to level 1 again. And here I want to tag all the room names, so we need to go to architecture, click on room, and we need to keep on placing this one. So here what we need to do, because once we select here, it is basically selecting everything. What we need to do is press escape and then click on room separator. Now you will need to place this line onto a wall system so that it will separate them in order for us to put in the room tag. So here I'm just gonna pull it like that, and we could just put this one as its powder room. I wanted to hide this part only, but I don't know if there's a good way of showing this. What we could do is we could go to view, plan view, and then plan region. We can add a plan region right here and then click finish, and we need to edit the view range. So here level 1 to level 1, probably wanna cut it by 1000, and I don't want any offset. So here we need to play around so that it's only showing the door and everything without this one. So I'm probably gonna take a look on that, the view range, because that's something that we need to figure out so that we can properly show this only. Okay, so now I'll probably gonna figure out that out later on, but now let's go and click on room, and then now as you can see, we'll be able to select that in order to add a room tag. Here we have our dining area, our stairs, and then our kitchen. And in order for us to make this one smaller, we could change this one for now to 1:5, 1:50. And then now, as you can see, it's visible right here. So that everything is showing up. And then here we could add in for the stairs. So now we have a garage here. So type in garage. Make sure it's capital. And then here we have foyer. We have our living. We have our dining. We have our powder room right here. So PR, and then we have stairs. And then kitchen. And then let's not forget the backyard. So let's just add this tag right here, backyard. Let's now go to level 2 and then tag all the rooms again. So here's the master. Here's his walk-in closet. We have the ensuite here. We have the corridor, another washroom, laundry, and then the 2 bedrooms. And then now let's change this one to 1:50. And then let's go to masters first. And then walk-in closet. And then here, ensuite. Washroom or bathroom. Corridor. This is the laundry. We could put this one as bedroom 1. And bedroom 2. And then now we could just move this one so that everything is visible. And also, why not, we could just add here balcony. So I think we need to have a room separator here. And then let's put in a rectangle. Let's just pull this one back a little bit. And then let's add in then we could put balcony 1 and then copy paste that. Oops. and then balcony as well. And then I'm just gonna double check level 1 again to see if we did everything. And I'm happy with this. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the roof and then the railing. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to our south elevation, and I'm going to add in a level for ground. So we can select level, or we can type in LL if you want. But we can do this as well. Select that CS. So that's control similar. And I want to add in the ground to be around 400. So I'm gonna select here, and then if you notice there is a zigzag, that means we can add in an elbow. So if we click that, as you can see, we'll be able to manipulate and make everything nice. So as you can see, there's no more overlapping. We can type in ground, and then we'll have the ground right here on this level. Let's go back to 3D. We can select, so here just put in your arrow and then click on tab. It will select everything, and then we're gonna make this base offset to ground. And then here we could put this one to ground as well. And then on this wall right here, we need to lower it as well. So base constraint to be ground. So everything will follow along, and the only thing we need to do is we need to add in stairs here. And then here, what I want to do first is to edit this garage door. I want to change it because we always have this garage door, so I want to edit the look. So we could just select that, edit family, and then here, as you can see, we have the frame, we have the railing, and then we have this garage panel. What we can do is we can select or delete each and every one, and then here, edit family. And then from here, we could make in our design. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna undo just this part right here. Actually, just delete that, or that's the I want to do is to just delete this, and then here we're gonna create an extrusion, and then we need to put it into our level, and then we're going to design it. So I'm gonna create an extrusion, and then here we're going to add our design. So I'm gonna put it at 20 by 15, and then click finish. We can change the material. So I'm gonna choose a wood material. And then if we go to 3D, we could align it at the top. And then this one is aligned from the bottom. And then let's go back to our floor plan, and then we could array this. I'm going to make around 40 and then go to the last. And then let's see how it looks. I want to see in 3D first. That looks good. We could go and save this or load to the project. Override existing and then parameter. And then just wait for it. And I want to see it. I want to preview this. We put it on the other side, so I'm just going to edit this. Let's select. And then move it on the other side. For some reason it's not working properly, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to ungroup it and then ungroup this one as well, move it now, and then we could just delete this, or we could just, if we can, let's see. No, we need to ungroup them first, so remove constraint, cancel, and then I'm just going to redo this part right here. I'm gonna array it 40 and then grab it from the edge right here and then load it to the door. Don't save it. Override existing and parameters, and then now it's basically there. And then now we could just copy this extruded part right there, and then we could just copy it again, make sure multiple is ticked, and then load it And then if we look at it now, that looks much better. We just need to align this part right here, but altogether that looks good. I'm going to save this one afterwards, so I'm just going to delete this part now. Again, I want to fix something here that I noticed. And then once you edit one, it will follow along because it's an array. And then click here, no, override existing and parameter. And then now let's copy this, and then load it again, and then override. Okay, that looks good. What I'm gonna do again is edit, and then I'm gonna save it as a different name, modern garage door. And you'll be able to download it from the second link in. So I'm just going to delete this part. So just download it from part 1 description, and then all good. It's the second link from there. So I'm going to change this one with the proper one instead. So we have this, as you can see, a different look. We're going to create a ramp, and then if you go as well on the link part 1 description, and then in the second link we're going to change this door as well. So I'm here now, and we just need to get the modern main door. So we could use this main door, download, and then maybe this one as well. We could see, we could check which is better. And then here, modern garage, as you can see, I'm downloading now. So just check this one out. That's the one that I use for the garage door. And then once it's downloaded, you can see we could just drag and drop. This is a bit big, so I'm gonna use the other one. Let's see now. I'm going to go to the main door, and let's delete this part right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to delete this. I'm just going to extend this. That's the room separator. And then now we can just have this big and a nicer one. What I want to do is move this wall as well so that it's not that cramped on this. So maybe 1400 is enough from this grid line. This is number 1 grid line, and we'll have this part right here. So I'm happy with that. So a bit of a change, and then we just need to align it from the top. There we go. And just don't forget the floor. Once you do that, so this floor is okay, but the second floor we need to double check. It's good as well. We could just remove for now this so that we can double check how this one looks. Actually, just undo that, and we could delete this for now. I want to make it nicer, just simple, and maybe just add a balcony here. And then just move this one right here. Good enough. So that looks good. Bigger the better. And then here as well. I think it's looks much better if it doesn't have too much of the mullions. I think that's good. And then we could add in like maybe just a small part right here, so we could just extend it a little bit. So that's what I'm planning to do. If we could just add I'm going to south elevation. This one I'll put it down, all the way down. I'm going to align it from the top. This is already aligned, so that's good. And then I'm going to add in curtain grid similar to this, and then maybe just good enough size for this. I'm going to do 900 or 800 door size, and then click on this, change this to a door, go to 3D, and actually go to level 2 so that we could change the orientation. And then we'll just have a small one right here. And then let me double check. We have gypsum wall board, so I'm going to use something similar. Gypsum wall board, let's go to level 2 and go to architecture, component, and then model in place. Generic model, and then I'm going to create an extrusion, and I'm going to copy gypsum wall board. I'm going to duplicate it because it's easier to paint the materials later on. And then I'm going to align it, AL, and then just click finish. Finish, 3D, and then I'm going to align it from here. AL, and you want to make sure the extrusion negative 200. There we go. Click finish, and then now it looks like it's part of the building. I want to actually change this a bit. The railing, instead of this one, I want just like a simple, and also we need to add the mullion as well, all grid. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in a new garage door. Basically, we edited it, and then I showed you where to get it. It's basically at part 1 description, the second link there. You'll be able to download the modern garage door. And then we added a door here for the balcony, and then we added this floor right here, and then we exchanged this to a newer model, main door, so you can just download it at the part 1 description as well. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add a railing on this side, but in the future we're probably going to edit the look of this. I just want probably just a glass one, so we're definitely going to exchange this. So now what we can do is we could just delete it for now, and then what we need to do is to add those curtain wall. So I'm gonna add a curtain wall onto here, and then also on this side, and then we're going to edit that later on. That's because we're going to design our model first. So we're gonna add in some extrusions. So here I just put it down around negative 1900 is good enough. And then after that, AL, align it on the other side. And then we're going to extend this, but we just need to create the model first. So now I want to exchange this as well. So if we go to level 2, I just need to delete that, delete this, and then extend this part right here. And then after that, move it a little bit so that it doesn't go over the limit there. And then obviously we need to align it same height as everything else. So that's good right there. And then what I plan to do is, actually we need to put this to lower this one as well. Lower it down. We just need it to be negative 500 at the top. And then just align it like that. And then go right here. Don't maximize it all the way to the end. Just give it some space there so that we have places to manipulate. It's easier to change it. So I'm planning to maybe minimize the width here. So the width is 1371. Maybe I'll put it at 1100 instead. Maybe 1200 to make it nicer. There we go. So at least we have that. We have that part right there, and then we could just double check the look on those. And then what I want to do is create a ramp. So I want to go to, let's go to 3D first, and I want to assess what I want to look. So I want this to be level both, and then the stairs will be on this side. So this will be walkable area, and then stairs, the ramp going down, and then we have a small patch of grass here. So that's my plan on doing. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to add in, so here we're going to add in a ramp. So let's go to level 1 and then create a new floor, edit, duplicate. Let's do floor number 6, and then here we can do one of the concrete. Okay, and then okay. And then my plan is to add something like this. I'm going to use pick line, and then somewhere on this side we're going to see the dip. So I'm going to trim TR, trim and extend. So we have this. And then what we could do is, what I'm gonna do is, I'm going to create a ground. So for the side road, edit, duplicate, floor number 7, edit, and then change the material again. Go to concrete and then add in another concrete material. And then after that, actually this one should be 6, and then CS. This one should be 7. There we go. Somewhere here there will be the street, and then let's just move this one a little bit so that I just have some form of estimation in order for me to create that curve. So now let's go back to the 3D to see how it looks, and then I'm going to create another one, and then we're gonna curve it because it's not that bad. Let's go to level 1 CS, and maybe I don't need to curve it, we just need to lower it down a bit. So here I'm doing that, and then edit, and then because we know that it's 400, negative 400 from the ground when we created the ground level in south elevation, so negative 400. And then once you see it, there it is. There's a ramp there. I think that's good enough instead of having a curve. So we have that separation there. And then what I'm going to do is to make this one thicker. So I'm gonna make this one thicker, edit. Let's make this one maybe 600. There we go. So that thick. And then we have the grass here, floor number 2. CS, select that, ground, then CS. And then we're going to have grass here. So that looks good. And then obviously we're going to add in a stairs here. So we're going to create that stairs there. Maybe what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make this one is not grass, only a patch is a grass, and then a different CS, we could edit, duplicate, and then different material again. I'm changing materials most of the time so that I could manipulate it in Twinmotion. I could set different materials if I want to, and it's easier for me to set a different materials afterwards. So that's why I'm setting different materials, even though this one is concrete and then this one is another concrete material and this one as well. So we have that option of doing that. Another thing is we might need to extend this part. What I want to do now is to have a nicer backyard. So I'm extending this. This is around 3,000 from grid line 1, and then because of that we could edit this, and then we could edit all the way here. Trim and extend, then align this one. So we have that, and then we could add in some patch here, and then think this is good enough to have, and then grass around here as well on this side. Don't worry, we're going to extend it a little bit more later on. And we could just extend this part right here. I'm probably going to add the same exterior wall here. But I'm gonna lower it a little bit. And then just connect them all together. Just going to align it. There we go. And as you can see, that looks much nicer. We can extend it a bit more here. So that's our boundary there. Let me see, align it at the top here so that everything is same. There we go. And this one is border wall. I'm gonna do border wall as well so that everything is consistent. Just fixing this, cleaning it up so that nothing is blinking once we're in Twinmotion, because every time there's an overlapping mass, it's gonna blink. And then I'll probably going to add another, like maybe a model here, a building or a house here, so that we have neighboring and then it looks amazing it looks populated even on the other side. So we could add in another grass part here. There we go. So now let's go back to 3D to see how it looks. So that looks good there. We have our model there. We need our I need to edit this or just delete it. I'm going to delete this part because I want to extend this boundary right here. I think it's a lot nicer if we have a wider stairs, and then we could just edit this part. Use pick line and then TR, trim and extend, and then connect all together. And then if we see, that looks good right there. And then we're gonna create our sidewalk. We're going to extend this. We're doing it little by little so that everything looks nice. We can see everything a lot nicer and it doesn't feel rushed. Just delete this, and then it's up to you to widen it. And then for this part, we could just delete that later on. And then trim and extend, and then click that, and then delete this part right there. So now everything is consistent except for this patch, because we could add in the walkway right here. So I'm going to edit boundary, go to ground, and then once we have this right here, it will create, so 1000 by 500 is my dimensions here. What I want to do is from here, I want to put it right here and then just copy. Make sure multiple is checked, and then copy it again, CO, so that you have a consistent spacing. And then I'll stop here. I think that's good enough. And then we're going to create another floor. Edit, duplicate, floor number 9, another concrete. Apply, OK, and then OK. And then for this one, we could just add it like that, and then copy it on the edge. And then click finish, select that. Constraint, I want it to be offset on 20. think that's good enough for that part right there. So we have a walkway going the backyard, and then we could put some trees here, some nice bushes, and then we're going to add in a stairs there as well. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in this video, we're going to edit this more. What we did on the last video is we added all of this, and then I'm going to create a path coming right here as well. So I'm gonna do that, and then what I want to do is, actually my plan is to just add bushes around here, and then yeah, they just can go right here. So that's good enough there. I'm going to edit this boundary, so I'm going to extend this. So we could use a line to extend this part right here. Actually, what we can do is we can extend it a little bit more so that we have enough room to work with once we're in Twinmotion. I'm gonna edit the grass and then extend it, and at the same time add a grass part right here on front. AL, and then align it all together. So that's good right there. And then we're going to add in the side street or the sidewalk. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in another floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 10, and then this will be another concrete material. Pull it up, click apply, OK, and then OK. In terms of the thickness, I'm going to make it 100 only, and then offset from the ground is 100 or 200, so that it's on top of the street that we created. So we're going to add here and then add here as well. We're going to put it at 2000, and then this one is 2000 as well. And if you notice, it's actually a little so small. So what we're going to do is we're going to extend this one a little bit more. So 10,000. Oops. I think that's good enough size there. And then we're just going to edit this part right here. Just move it at the end. And then now here, edit this one, move it on this side, and then select CO, copy it, and then just move this one right here and to right here. So I'm going to align it on this part and then align it here. And then we're going to fillet arc it 1100 as well on that. Click finish, check 3D, and you can see how it looks. So offset right ground, make it 100 because our thickness is 100, so that's good enough there. But we're not yet done. We need to make it a little bit smoother to make it look realistic. So generic model, and then we're gonna use sweep, pick path, and then pick the path right here. After that, click finish, edit profile, make sure material is similar, so concrete, and then board form. Let's click here. Let's do 100 by 30, and then I want to fillet arc it at the top around 20, and then give it some rectangle right here. This is 40 by 5, so we can do that. Delete, trim and extend right here, and then click finish, and as you can see, that looks good. And then we need to do it on the other side. Sweep, pick path, do the same thing right here. Click finish, edit profile, 30 by 100 first. Fillet arc 20. So that's 20, and then 40 by 5. Delete that, trim, and then click finish. So that looks good there. And why not just add it on the other side as well? I know it's not going to be seen, but when we're doing the walkthrough, it might be shown. So edit, do the same thing, 30 by 100, fillet arc 20, and then 40 by 5. 5 is the thickness, and then 40 is the width, and then trim it. Click finish, and then finish. As you can see, that looks good now. Also want to extend this part right here. Just going to align this finish right there. I think that's good enough. They just need to go around a little bit of bushes there, and then let's work on our stairs. In terms of stairs, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a model in place stairs so that I could manipulate, add some lights and those kind of stuff. So I'm gonna use model in place instead of the regular stairs. So go and generic model. This will be number 8. We're gonna do an extrusion, set, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane right here. We're gonna do an extrusion from this side, and we're going to change the material here. So probably another concrete material. And then what we can do is some estimating. So we have something like this, 200. If it's 200, there's only 2. I want 150 each first. This is 100, this is 150, so make it 135. I think that's good enough. And then trim and extend, and then just delete this, and then click finish. And the good thing about it is we could manipulate the sizing of that. So if we want to extend this, we can. As you can see, I can manipulate it instantly without having to go to stairs and change it. So by doing that, as you can see, the look is gradually changed. And then what we can do afterwards is to add light. So before we add light, we could copy this first. So I'm gonna go to ground, copy this so that we could copy it from here. I want to edit in place, pick a new, there we go. So because we picked new one, we could move this one. I want to move this one properly. So let's go to south, I believe, or actually east or west, right here. And I'm going to make it wireframe so that we could move this one properly below. And then after that, we could just extend this. We could extend it all the way to each end. Okay, and then once we finish, we could go here and change. There we go. That's why I like model in place, because you can change everything else afterwards. There we go. That looks much better. And then here we're going to add light. So we're going to edit this part, and we need to create a sweep void, pick path, and then we're going to pick this one, edit profile, and we want it, I want it to be at least maybe 40 below, and then we're going to have 20 by maybe 20, 20 by 20, and 40 from below. Click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry. So now that is cut, and we just need to add more cuts onto this side, and then we're good with that. And then we're going to add a paint that will be selected later as a light source. So we're going to create this first, edit profile. This will be 40, and then 20, and then 20. Click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. And then we're gonna do one more. Void sweep, pick path, click finish, edit profile, and do the same process. 40, 20 by 20. And then delete this, finish, and then finish. Cut geometry, and then now we need to click on paint. Not sure if the material here, luminaires, it's not yet selected, so what we could do is we need to bring it. So I'm just going to create a model just so that one could be selected as that material, and then we could just delete it afterwards. So I'm just going to create an extrusion. Let's make it here, and then let's put light. There we go. Luminance. apply OK, and then finish. So that's luminance now. And then once we have that, we can now edit here, and that luminance will appear now. And then you just need to select the one at the end. There we go. Use your tab button in order to circulate selection. There we go. So done, and then click finish, and then here we can just delete this now. So we have that light there. So I'm happy with that. So now it's up to you if you want to add it here. So I'll let you decide that and work on that. But for now, I'm more concentrated on the exterior part in front. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to model the side street, and then we also have added all the stairs with lights on it. Now we're gonna continue working on this by going to south elevation, and we're going to create another model in place, generic model. Press OK, and then we need to set it, pick a plane, and we're going to select this plane. We might create a bigger, so we're gonna do an extrusion. We're gonna do maybe a thicker one, a thicker extrusion. So I'm going to select, I'm going to put it at 300, maybe 500 is a good fit for this. And then here, because we have, I think 500 is perfect. And then here we're going to add a bit more, or let's just use pick line. And then trim and extend. Then I'm just going to delete this, trim and extend here, and then over here. We could make this one as well 500 to be consistent. And then click finish. I want to change this to something black, so I'm going to do iron ductile and then duplicate that. I know this is a metal, but we're gonna change it up later in Twinmotion. And then now here we could align it into here. We could delete this now, and then align it AAL, align it from here. And then let's fix this one right here. Obviously we need to extend it a little bit, something like that. I want to pull it up, something like this. And then in terms of the mullion, we're gonna use something small, so 300. and then grid line. I'm gonna use it at the top portion only. That looks good right there. Go back to south elevation and let's do the same thing onto this side. And then don't worry, we're going to add our model right there. So I'm going to extrude this one a little bit more, something like that. And maybe extend this one all the way here. AL, then there we go. So that looks good there. And then we're going to do another one on the other side. So I'm going to do a model in place and then generic model. This one I wanted gypsum wallboard, so same as what we have. Extrusion first, pick a plane, select this wall right here, and then we're going to create an extrusion, and we're going to put it all the way here. Let's do 500, similar to what we did earlier, and then 500 here as well. I'm going to move it all the way here. Then just align this one here. So we're good on that side. I'm just deleting this, and then we have here. I think we need to move it all the way there, and gypsum wallboard right here. Click finish first. So let's trim this first before we finish everything. I want to see how it looks and what's the issue we have here, because it's not all the way. So I'm going to create this first, the one in the front, AL, and then AL, so something like that. I don't like the look here, so maybe I'm going to extend it on the other side. So now that it's flat, we could create the model now, similar to what we did here. So everything is flat. Go to south, edit this one. I just want to be consistent. 500, and then once we have the 500, we could just move everything else. Like for example, this glass right here, let's move it there. And then here we have the glass, and then add the mullion only on the top portion. So you can see that looks good right there. And then now we need to add a bit more. So right here, edit in place, and then south elevation. So now we could do big, and then we have still the gypsum wallboard. We could align all of this one. In terms right here, we don't need to be exact anymore because it's much better to have everything filled. I might have this one to be the same height so that everything looks good. So trim and extend, and then trim and extend here. Clean this up, and then trim and extend as well here. That looks good. Click finish, and then we could have this one a bit more. I think that's perfect enough. So that's like extrusion and 500 as well. So we have that. We still have space to go here. I'm just gonna click finish for now. I think we have enough space. $550. Let's do $550 extrusion. So that looks good there. I want to add some lights going around. I want to wrap this around here. So what I'm gonna do is maybe I'll just have something here, the same extrusion. So I'm just going to align it here, and then go to south elevation to see it properly. Edit, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this one. And then align it. There we go. I'm actually going to pull it because I want to add this part here. There we go. So that's much better. Like that, and then I'm just going to add an extrusion at the top, set, pick a plane, and then select here. Then I'm just going to have an extrusion from the top here, AL. And then here is just 5. Make it 10. And then here as well. So click finish on that. Here as well, edit. create an extrusion. We need to know the material first, and then create an extrusion, set, pick a plane, sorry, and then select this one first. And then here, and so that looks good right there. I'm happy with the look. And then what we can do is create something similar like this in here at the top here. So let's do is select this one, edit in place. We could void sweep, pick path, and we're going to select this path right here, something like that. In terms on here, we could just move it until this part right here. Once you're done, click finish, go back here, edit profile, and then click rectangle, and I'm just going to estimate something going right here. I'm gonna do 25 and then 25 again. And then maybe a little bit on this side. Click finish, and then finish, and then cut geometry. And as you can see, it goes around. Now we have the task of adding the paint. Make sure to select the one at the top there. There. Select that one there. And there. I think that's good enough there. So we can click finish and then finish again. So we have that light there that is already added. So I'm happy with the location there. And then I'm planning to add the same thing here. So CS, let's go to south elevation, or actually maybe west elevation. Let's change this one to hidden line. Select this one, edit in place, select, and then create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm going to select this plane right here, and then we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to do 200 only here, but around at least 500 if that permits. So if it's not, we to do a little bit more. After that, trim and extend to clean up, and then delete this, and then click finish. We could delete this part now that we created before. We could just edit boundary and then pull it back. And then click finish. And then we need to extrude this. And then obviously we're going to add the same thing as we added here. There we go. And then don't forget the mullion. Just add it. And then on the grid line right there. And then if we go to south elevation, I want to extend this, but not sure if we can. So I think, unfortunately, it's something that we cannot extend beyond the wall, so that's fine. It's not visible, and it's still looking good, so no worries on that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to model all the extrusion that you're seeing here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to actually extend this a little bit more so that it's all the way, and actually it's actually all the way already. It's because here I was thinking, I was checking this part, but we could just maximize this by moving everything else. So now it looks like this. This one is all the way down as well, so I'm happy with that. And also on this side, so we're good with that. Next thing is we're gonna just add some this sign here. I want to see what material we're adding here, so I'm gonna just copy that and then create a model. So edit in place and then add something here, just model something. So I'm gonna go to south elevation, and then here I'm going to create an extrusion. I'm going to set this, pick plane, and then I'm going to select this part right here. After that, it's just a simple design, something like this, and then I'm just gonna copy this
Something like this is good enough. And then just copy it again, CO, and then we're gonna copy it 3 more times. So I'm gonna copy this, hold on, CO, copy it from here, and then right there. So just 5 times, click finish, make sure this is the correct one, go to 3D, we want to extrude it a little bit. Go in here, something like that. AL, I just want the contrast between the white and black, and then just adding that part gives it a little bit more. And then click finish. I want to go to south elevation and move this all the way up as well. We're gonna copy this all the way at the top. There we go. So even though it's not over, at least it's all the way at the top there. So by just giving that look, it makes a big difference on our model, as you can see. And then here we could extend it a little bit more. There we go. You can even extend it all the way here. We could add in some lights there. So the next part is adding lights. So we already have lights on the side, as you can see here. So even though it's right there, it will still be visible later on. But now what I want to do is to add those pot lights, and I created the pot light that is face based. So basically it could be attached on any faces, and you'll be able to download it by going to part 1 description. It will be on the second link, and just add this pot light face base square. I also have a circle if you want to, but I'm gonna use a square here, and then just download it. So once you download, go to your downloads folder, and then just drag and drop. Once you drag and drop, as you can see, you just need to add it to those locations. So for example, here I'm gonna add 1. Here we don't need to have, because there's already lights there. I'm gonna add a light right here, maybe just 1 in the middle. I'm gonna fix that later on. And then here at the bottom here, I'm going to add 1, and then here as well 1. And then over on this side, we're going to add spotlight here and below here. So now what we need to do is go to our floor plan. If it's visible there, it's good. If it's not, go to your ceiling plan. Right here, it's visible right here now. So as you can see, we have our lights here. I'm just going to eyeball it and just put it in the middle where this part is. And now I'm gonna copy CO, and then my gap will be 1000. So every 1000, add it. So because this one is not visible anymore, I'm just going to move this one in between all of this. So I'm assuming that this is good. We could reference it here. There we go. And then here we need to go back and look at this part. I'm just gonna copy and add 1000 here. And then just add, gonna add something like this. I just want to see how it looks. So actually I could go here and then go add another one here. So I'm just gonna move this one all the way here and then copy CO 1000. There we go. And then you could move it on the middle. So I think that's good enough. And then let's go to level 2. We have something like here. We already have here some light here along this path. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add 1000 here, 1000 here. Actually, let's just put this one at 3, something like this, and then copy. Those gaps are good. And then I did add one right here. I'm not sure if it's visible. I'm gonna check view range and then maybe 5000 more. There we go. It's because this is an RCP, so the view range is, it's basically from below looking up. So as you can see, it's looking up right here. So that's why it's different in terms of that. So I'm gonna copy and then go type in 1000 and then put it in just in the middle right here. That's good enough. And then let's fix this part. This is on the top part. Copy it, add the 1000, there we go, and then put it in the middle like that. I think let's zoom it a little bit so that I could just reference that. And then go back to level 1 and then copy it here. I know this one is shorter. It's probably the one, this line up to this line only. I think that's good enough. If we go at the back, that's perfect right there. And then we have those ones right there. So I'm happy. So next thing I want to do is I just want to add the lighting here as well, similar to what we did on this part right here. I'm gonna edit this and then click void sweep and then pick that and we're just going to select this one and then edit profile, and then look for this crosshair right here. We can go 30 and then 25 by 25, or just 15 by 15 is good enough. So 30, 15, 15. It's easy to remember. Click finish, and then finish, and then cut. Do it again. Sweep, pick path, select that, click finish, edit profile, go 30 and then 15 by 15, and then just delete this. Click finish, finish, and then cut geometry. Lastly, another one, void sweep, pick path, select this path, click finish, edit profile, type in 31st, and then select this square or rectangle, and then 15, select here 15 as well. Delete this, click finish, and then finish, cut geometry. But before you click finish again, go to paint. We need to add paint here, and then this glass luminance, high white glass luminance is the material that we're going to use. Click tab multiple times. You want to make sure that you're selecting the back right there. So click tab to know or to cycle the ones that we need to select. So I'm happy with that. Click done here and then click finish. We want to make sure that everything looks good. And for this part, I want to add this one as well. So we have black, and then I want to add white. So what we can do is go to our north elevation and then create an extrusion, pick a plane and select this plane. Actually we need to close it first because we need to know the materials that we use here. I know it's something gypsum because I want everything to be similar, to be consistent. So let's just go there, back, extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane, and then you want to make sure that we're choosing gypsum. And then here, let's just create 500, and then here 500 as well. And then now trim and extend, delete, the ones that we don't need, and then click finish, go to 3D and extrude it, something like that. Click finish, and I probably want to just add it all the way right here, and then align it AL, align it here. I want to add the same lighting, so I'm gonna go CS, and I'm going to add it here and also here, and then just go back to ceiling and then just add it, CO, and type in 1000, and then let's just manage and add it in the middle like that. And then let's go to level 2, same goes, copy 1000, 1000, and then another 1000, and then just move it in the center. And then once you're done, let's look at it at 3D, and that looks good there. So I'm happy with the way it looks. Let's close all inactive and then save. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the lights, and then we added this extrusion right here, a little bit of design, and then all the pot lights, we chose the square base face. And then you'll be able to add in the circle if you want to, and then we have added all of this as well. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create the sheets. I'm gonna show you how to create sheets and then add all the floor plans and all of those. So now go to sheets, right click, and then new sheet. We have A0 metric already loaded, but if you need a different title block size, you can go to load, and then here you'll find title blocks, and we have A0 until A4 metric. So now we're just gonna choose A0 metric because it's already loaded and it's the default, so I don't need to look for another one. So I'm gonna press OK. And then we have A0 here. We could change the numbering and Revit will recognize the sequencing. For the owner, ACD, Arch Core Design, and then the project name, we could just put house. And then because this is the first one, we could name this one as cover sheet. After that, right click here again, new sheet, select the size, and as you can see, sequencing is recognized by Revit. So we're going to add at least 5 sheets for now, but we could add a little bit more if we want to add sections and all of those. But for now, cover sheet, first floor, second floor, and then 2 elevation. I'll add 1 more for each section. And then to rename all of this, you can go here and then click one more time. And then here we'll be able to add the first floor. And then you can also do it, double click here, and you'll be able to select it here, second floor. So either way, whatever's easier for you, you can change it. So elevation, and then another elevation, and then a section. And then a section here. So now let's go back to cover sheet, and then we go to ground. So here in ground, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a camera and then take an image. So we're gonna create an image from here going all the way. This is the view range, so I'm gonna make it like that. So we have our image. It's your choice now to click on find so that everything is showing up, and then go to realistic. You can make it big, and this is what we're gonna use for us. So every time we open this will be our starting view. So I'm gonna choose this one as my starting view. This is called 3D view 1, so I'm gonna choose that. And then this is what I'm gonna use for my rendering. So I'm gonna render, go to view, and then click on render. And then we're just gonna render this as draft. It's because if we choose anything else from here, from medium to custom, it will take a lot of time. So just draft, make it simple, just leave it like as is, and then just click render. It will render in seconds only, and we'll be able to just use that for our rendering, for our image. And then once we save this image, we can actually see a rendering group here. But before we save that, we could adjust exposure. So from here, the rendering is done. This is the look of that rendering. So you can adjust exposure. So this one, I want it to be a little bit darker, shadow, saturation, intense, and then warmer. Click apply. So that looks much better. And then you'll be able to reset it or just press OK. So that's the look of our new rendering image, and then we'll be able to save them. So save it. You can choose render 1 as your name, and then press OK. So now if we scroll down here, we will have our rendering section now. So that's what we're gonna use to add our image in our cover sheet. So you can close this now, click on A100 sheet number, and then here we'll be able to add the rendering. I don't want the title, so I'm going to choose no title, and then you'll be able to double click and then enlarge the image. So I'm going to enlarge it like this, and then double click on the space, and then as you can see, we have this image now. And then this cover sheet is not complete yet because I want to add all the sheet names or drawing list. So to do that, we need to go to schedule, and then right click, and then new sheet list. Let's add. And then the sheet list that I'm gonna add here, I want the sheet name or sheet number first, so I'm gonna add it to the parameter, and then sheet name is the next. Only those two. It's up to you if you want to add a little bit more, you can add the issue date, drawn by or designed by, the count, or everything else. So it's up to you to decide which parameters are you gonna add. If, for example, you made a mistake, you don't want the sheet number, you could just remove the parameter. Okay, so now press OK on here. We have our sheet list. I want to change this to drawing list. Also, I want to change the look because I don't want this gap right here. So click edit appearance, uncheck this blank row before data, and then I want to enlarge this, enlarge the size. So I'm gonna choose 8 for the title text, and then 7 for the header text, and then for the body I want at least 5. Press OK. As you can see, we have our drawing list. We'll be able to just drag and drop, and then we'll be able to just extend this, as you can see. So this drawing list is linked to everything else. So if ever you deleted the section, so let's do an example. I want to delete the section, it will automatically delete on this drawing sheet. So that's how accurate this one is, so you don't need to worry about anything else. So just add it and then leave it, and then it will all cover itself. So after that, let's go to first floor, and then here the situation is we need to just add level 1, and then we see how it looks. So from what it looks, this one is 1:50. So just let's see how the scaling looks. So if it's 1:100, as you can see, that's the look of that. If we go back, 1:50 is what we did, and 1:25. Let's see how it looks. So 1:25 is too much, so the perfect size that we can do is 1:50. So let's go back here and then just change it to 1:50. That's good. Make it to 5. And then if we go here, what we can do is we could add in the border. So you need annotation, detailed line. I usually choose thin line, and then the gapping I'm gonna do 10, 10, and then put the floor plan inside the box. So that looks good right there. And then usually I will leave the general notes or keynotes on the right side. So depending on the company you're working with, it depends on them if how they like the standards. So here I could have a standard general notes or keynotes if I want to. And then here I'm gonna put first floor. If this is not the naming, because we have level 1, the solution for that is adding the titles on sheet. So if we remove this, for example, the naming will be level 1. But if you only want to change, you don't want to change this, you just want to change it to the title, just add it here. And then now it's first floor. Click on the view and then drag this title line. So now everything looks good. And then I'm going to copy this, so click on tab and then Control C, I want to add it on the second floor as well. So Control V, so that we don't need to do the 10 by 10. And then here, just double check if it's 1:50, and then you just need to drag and drop. It's a little bit smaller, so we could just move this one a bit like that. Click that, move it here from the bottom, click on the view, and then drag that one. So now it looks good. On the corner, everything is organized. So in terms of elevation, go to elevation, go to ease, and then let's see how this one fits. So this one is too small, so what we're gonna do is we're going to change this to 1:50, go back to the first elevation sheet, and then test it. So that looks good right there. So what I'm gonna do is go to ease, make sure fine, and then let's add in maybe shade. Actually, not shade, realistic. Turn on the shadow, and then I want some background, so I'm going to put gradient, apply, okay. So that looks much better, and then add it right here. So that looks good right there. I'm going to do the same on all of them. So 1:50, make sure it's fine, realistic, turn on shadow, go back here, graphic display, gradient, apply, okay. Go to south, 1:50, realistic, turn on shadow, graphic display option, go to background, and then change it to gradient. And then go to west elevation as well, do the same thing. Realistic, shadow, go back here, graphic display option, and go background gradient. So now the only thing we need to do is just drag and drop all of this, and then go back to elevation, go to south, and then add the west as well. And then it's up to you if you want to add border lines. So it looks much amazing if you have border lines, so that it looks professional. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this one nicer, like that. Put this one outside, so it's really depends on your company and how they want you to put it. So you have your own standards in company. And then here I want the gap to be at least 30 only, and then make it consistent on all. There we go. And then grab it here. So I'm gonna copy both of this, Control C, and then go to elevation, the first one, Control V, and then just line it up. There we go. And then what you need to do is just add it, and then fix the title. And then here, so if you have this issue, what you need to do is just go back to north. You can basically just move it front like that. and then go back to elevation again, and then now everything is fit. And then here, grab this one and then select the view again to change the line size. So now everything looks good. I'm going to do the section as well. So I'm gonna Control V because we still have the lines. I'm gonna create two. So we need to go to level 1 and then create section, horizontal and vertical. Usually it's best if we have the section right here, and then this is the view range. You just put it something like that, and then here I think it's better to have it from the kitchen, and then the view range like that. So now if we go to section, 1:50, and then do the same thing, find realistic shadow on, and then the gradient background. And then go to section 2, do the same thing, find realistic, and then display option, background, and then gradient. Section, go, and then just add each one of them. So section 1 and then section 2 right here, and then let's fix the title right here, just add it there, select the view so that this title will be able to move. There we go. So everything is good. Now we just need to save it, and then we're going to print it. Let's see. So we can select this one, choose your printer, make sure to select view and then combine them. So make sure to click this again, because once you select the views, it will go back, and then select this, uncheck, check none. So here you'll be able to create a preset. So for example, you want a full set, check all, and then save. For example, you have another one, like for example, go to in session, and then for example, this is change number 1 only. You can save as change 1, or make it change 2. So now we have change 1 and change 2 different preset. So now if we go back to preset, all of this will be checked, and you'll be able to just press OK, and then press OK as well. So just waiting for it to get printed. So let's go to document. Here we'll save it at the desktop, and then let's double check how it is. So we have our drawing list, we have our rendering, and then go scroll down. We have first floor, second floor, we have our elevations, and then we have our section. And then we can just cancel this. Make sure you can close all inactive and then save. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish our model, and then I showed you how to create sheets and sections. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What we need to do first is save it, make sure you're in 3D, and then we need to go to Datasmith. I have a plugin that I downloaded and installed from Twinmotion website. So you just need to download that and install it, and then now we need to export it. I'm going to use this location and then just save it. After this, what you need to do is just open the Twinmotion. So if you want the current one, like me, I opened the current Twinmotion, and then delete all of this first before importing the model. So here I'm going to import the model. I'm going to say where the location is. So I'm gonna click open, go to the location that I saved, and then select that, and then click open, and then click import. Let's just wait for it to be imported, and then press OK. And as you can see, we have our model. So don't worry, it's like that because the ground, we just need to lower the ground. There we go. So we just need to lower it down. It's flickering because all of this are overlapping each other, so that's why. So now what we need to do first is to go to ambient, and then here in camera, this is very important to do, go to details, and then make sure this parallelism is checked. So after that, we're good. We can do the environment now. We need to select HDRI environment, Skydo, and then background HDRI. Also, what we need to do first is to sign in and save our project, because you never know if the Twinmotion crashes. So you want to make sure that at least you're saved. So let's just wait for it and then sign in. If you're able to sign in, you'll be able to use all of this. So sign in as that one, so we're good. And then after that, let's just wait for it to load. We're gonna save it first. So let's save it first, save as, and then let's go to the location of our project. So here we're gonna put H house. We can do FE house, that's the name of the house that I'm planning to use, and then save it there. So after that, we can change the backdrop HDRI by going here and then go to outdoor, and then we could use one of these selections right here. So I'm looking for maybe here, this one. We could use stone pine. So I'm just downloading all of that. So you want to make sure you're signed in, and then let's just wait for it to load. But in order for us to look at this nicely, even tea garden, because I like tea garden a lot for that one. And then what I want to do is to maybe offset the height. So as you can see, it looks much better now. And then in terms of sizing, I think that's good enough for the size. Also, what we need to do is to, because this is the newest Twinmotion, I need to relink where my user library is. So to do that, we need to go to custom path, and then here, user library. Let's go to document, and then I have my materials right here. So select the folder and then press OK. There's a big chance that Twinmotion will ask you to restart this. So you just need to restart the program, and then you're good to go. So now let's see if that works. So which it is, it did work to the location that we want. And then let's go here, and I'm just double checking. So building asset that I have, and then that's looking good right there. So it looks like we have all of this. So my user library, we don't need to restart. But let's look for outdoor. It's still saving. I want something that is like dark. This one is like sunset, so that's fine. But with 3 shady patch, something we could use. This is too much to have for the background, so something different. So maybe I'll use this one, sunset fairway, and let's just wait for it to finish. So once it's done, we'll be able to drag and drop it from here. So now we can drag it, and then we can see our changes, and then we'll be able to resize it, and then we can offset the height afterwards. So usually once it's the first time you use it, it will take time. So just wait for it, and then we'll see the result afterwards. So yes, this one looks good. What I want to do is to shading, I want to rotate, not reset it. So I want to tilt it. No, I'm not tilting, but I want to rotate it. So here, the rotation is right here. So depending on how you like it, we could have it looking like that, or the background is this one. Something like that. So I think that's good enough. I like the view, and then the surrounding as well. So we might just increase the size just a little bit because of this warpness there, and then we have a good background that is reflective. So now next thing we're gonna do is the material. Let's do the glass first, and let's use this. And then we need to change the color. I want it to be basic. I want it to be tint just black, and that's good enough for me. Maybe a little bit more darker, and then the opacity. So that's good right there. I'm happy with that. Go back to material, and then what we can do is to change this. So wall covering, and then we need to satin paint. So before that, undo that, satin paint wall. I want this one to be black. So anything that is the same will be black. And then here for the gypsum, we could do matte white, and that will be the same on all of them. Here we're gonna put wood material, so we're gonna do a veneer. Something like this, or ash, and then let's rotate it 90, and then in terms of scale it a bit so that we can see how it looks. And then here we could do is mahogany, and then mahogany here as well. So that's fine with me. And then here we're gonna do metal. We're gonna do brushed aluminum, or we could just pick. And then once we do that, we'll be able to change this one to black, and then make sure metalness is turned on. So not on, but you have that one so that it's shiny. And then that's good that we have the lights. I'm going to select the lights right here, the light sort. Let's change the speed right here. So select that. All the light fixtures that you're seeing here, you need to select them in order for us to change the temperature. I want the temperature to look like that. And then here we have some light source as well. So I'm going to actually remove this, hide navigation panel. The temperature to around 3000, maybe 35, 33, 35 is good. Something like that. Speed, change it. And then we could do is select this, change the metalness, and then this brush aluminum, make it black, and then metalness 100%. After that, go back to materials, and we're gonna use neon, and then we're gonna select that. And then in terms of glow, the temperature, I'm going to select it like that. So now even this one is the same thing because we selected the same one. So that's good right there. So even though it's glowing, we're gonna add a little bit more later on. You can actually extend this a little bit more, but I think that's good enough. Too much already. So lights are good. Materials for this one, wood and wood, and then I think that's white and black is good enough. So now we're gonna do is the ground, man-made, and then asphalt here, concrete road for this one, number 5 for this. And then after that, I'm gonna use maybe cobblestone, rotation 90, and then scale it. So that's good right there. In terms right here, I want to change it, scale it a bit, and then I want to maintain the same look. So I'm just going to drag it, same, there we go, and that's the same there. So just to be consistent and to blend in. In terms right here, we could do the fine or asphalt. Yeah, let's do this one and then scale it a bit. There we go. So that's looking good. Make sure to save it once in a while so that everything looks good and you're saved. So now let's just add some lights here. We're gonna use spotlight. I'm gonna put in number 3 for my speed so that I'm able to handle. So click on tab in order for you to I want to see how this one is lining up. And then before that, change the temperature similar to what we discussed, 3500. Okay. And then in terms of intensity, we're just going to do 10. Because once we have it rendered, so for example, if we go here or click here, we can see how 300 will be too much. So by just adding 10 only, as you can see, it's subtle, so it's not overpowering, as you can see here. So now we have added that. We can now hold on shift and then drag it. It will ask you how many, and then we can click here, hold on shift. That's why the spacing earlier is very important, so that we can easily add all of this, as you can see. And then now select one of them, drag it here, and then pull it up. Okay, I think that's good. And then hold on shift and then pull it there. So we have both of there. We need to add from right here now, from the bottom. And then hold on shift, 1 and then 2 here. And then add it also. Pull it down until this one shows, because that means everything is now on level. And then hold on shift, 1 meter, press OK, and then select the last part, 1 meter and then 1. So that's good right there. We have all the lights here. Now let's go at the back and just add all of this with the same intensity, 10 and then 3 here. Pull it up a little bit, change your speed to number 3 so that you can handle it much better. And then hold on shift, 1 and then maybe I think 5 more. I think the last part is not needed anymore. Hold on shift for this one. And then just add 1 and then 2. And then lastly here, let's add pull it down. Actually there's one more there at the top, but that's easier. We just need to add this first. One and then 3, and then hold on shift, pull it up. And then we have all of those lights already added. So I'm happy with that. We have a lot of progress done. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in all the materials. Now we're gonna continue working on this. As you can see, we also added all the lights, and then we put the temperature so that it's nicer. So once we enter here, we have enough room. I'm going to change this materials right here. I'm gonna do a stone, gray stone, something like that. It looks much better. And then let's delete this starting base right there. And then now for the grass, let's add in a grass. So ground, nature, and then let's add this type of grass right here. And then we're going to add some trees, and then we're gonna populate all the grass. So go to populate, place, and then let's do paint. And then we're going to actually might as well do scatter. It's gonna be easier for us to do scatter rather than painting. So here, vegetation, grass, we can add in different kinds of grass. We can use this long grass right here, wild grass, and then lawn, all together. And then click on scatter, and then you just need to click all of that, as you can see. And then here we're going to delete and then just do a lawn. In terms here, I actually want, I'm just gonna undo this. I want lawn here only. And then on the side, I think this is good. We could select the sizes to make it look nice. And then in terms on the other, let's do a different. And then here as well. Uniform for this one. And then I just want to erase some part here so that it looks clean. think that's good enough. We have some patches. Just removing some of this right here. I know it's kind of hard to be exact. So I think that's good enough. With the grass, we can shut our view like this, and then as you can see, it looks uniform. And then we need to add vegetation. So I'm going to add in some bushes first onto this side. Not this one. Something that will look neat. So this is too small. I'm gonna put this one right here, and then on the sides we're gonna do something like this, and we want to make it smaller. This ones, we can make it a little bit bigger. I think that's good enough. You can see the look. And just a small one like that there. That looks perfect. We can even exchange that with a bigger tree. Maybe something like this. Or like this. Let me see if we just change the age a bit and then rotate it. I think that's good enough. The only problem is the shot. So let's look for another one. I think this is good enough. We can still see the look, and then it's not too much. And then I'm going to add maybe a 3 here. Different look. And then I know in my user library I have some building asset, but we need to add, like for example this one, not a building but just a house. I know I have this one right here that we could use. I could rotate this 90. And that's good enough in terms of, we just need something for the look that it's not too much. And then we have another one here. That we could add. Degrees. So probably next time we're not gonna put too much of the grass. That's good enough. So at least we have some. I'm just gonna put that one like that so that we have something. So at least that looks good there. It looks populated, so we can create a shot and then we have everything else. So now we could add in some cars. So vehicles, car. We can have a car right here. And then we need to tilt it a bit. -2. There we go. And then just -1. I think that's good enough. And then we put it down like that. Let's change the let's put it to dark red, and then everything is taking shape. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add curtain. So we're going to add this type of curtain right here. Rotate it 90, and then we need to add it to those location right here. We need to scale it a bit, so we need to drop this down and then just select this, click on tab, and then we can maximize this. Okay, that's perfect. And then in terms of size, we can maximize that a little bit more. There we go. And then maybe we need to add a different one here. I think that's good enough there. Close enough. And I think that's good enough. Maybe one more here. just a simple one. Let's add this one right here first. I want to see where it is located. And then scale it. You can recenter. So here, pivot edit, you can put it right here. And then now we could grab it, and it's easier to rotate. You just need to know the look. I think that's good enough. Click on shift, and then we could just add it here. Just perfect size. So we have something like that. So it's still visible outside, and then we have some curtains. So I'm happy with that. We can save first, and then let's look at it at the rendering view, so we know how everything looks before we move forward. So now let's see. Let's create a sample. Let's make it low and see how everything looks. Maybe we need to just add the same materials for this so that everything is good. So material, let's do fabric. And then here we could change this to cotton plain. Let's do cotton plain. And then make it white. Then let's do white. let's grab it and then add it to the same fabrics. And there are more consistent color, so that's good. And then I think we're good enough. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the grass and trees, and also we added some houses that are already made, so from my user library. So you could just go and search for houses on 3D warehouse, so you can do that. So now I'm gonna add in more lights. I want to showcase some of this one right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees and then just a little bit from there. So now I'm going to put 10 and then do this one as well. So I'm going to add it like that. Pull it down a little bit and then put this one right here. I just want to showcase what we have here, and then we're gonna add in some stuff, so a cone basically, and then add it here. And then just keep on adding. I want to add it from here. I think that's good enough. And then we need to go back, so let's save this, and then we need to go back to Revit just to add some scones. So here I'm going to add scones, so it's going to be very simple. Just model in place, generic model, and then extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then select this one. And then we're going to just add something like this. Make sure to change the material here. We could just duplicate this to make it faster. And then increase it a little bit. And what we need to do is go to ground. Let's do level 1. Click finish. And then copy this one. Multiple. 25. And then maybe we could just go to right here, copy it as well, and then edit placement of this, pick new. We're gonna use this one. Want to make sure that's done there, and then let's add one more here as well. Edit, and then we need to pick new, similar to what we did. Go to finish, and then let's see. So go to level 1 again. We need to align it. I want to align it from here. And then do the same thing. So copy, and then 2500. I think that's good enough. And then this one as well. And then one more. I just want to double check the height. And then align the bottom as well, so that everything is in the proper height. For some reason, when I'm checking or aligning it with this one, it's showing like that. So I'm just gonna align it again, and then align it here. And then let's just fix this part right here. I think there are only 3 of them. And then just the bottom part to align. There we go. And then might as well add a model text. Let's add it here, and then select that model text, duplicate. This will be house number, and then here we could just put 50, and then Press OK. We can change the depth to 25, material to a metal material. Apply OK. And then let's make it a little bit bigger, 150. And then the text 25, or make it 24. And then just move it onto the side. Pick new. Let's pick this one. There we go. So that's good there. I want to add the same thing here. There we go. For some reason it didn't let me, so pick new. I'm gonna use this. I'm just going to create another one. For some reason it's not letting me do it, so CS generic model, same thing. Extrusion, set, pick this wall right here, and let's put this one right here. I want to use this because that's the one that we use at the moment, and then make it 35. I think that's good enough. It's giving me that error again. It's not letting me set this one. There we go. Now we could just edit the material. And the extrusion part. Click finish. And then now let's save this one. Delete inactive views, and then export again. Save it to the same location. Replace it. Yes. Save this one, and then go back to Twinmotion, and then just refresh this one. So now we have all of this added. We could now add a spotlight. So we're gonna add a spotlight going down and then going up. This one should be 180 degrees. There we go. And then we just need to change the intensity, and then the temperature. We can do 3000. And then now that two of them, we need to add it. To 250, and then I believe that's 8 of them. Yeah, 8 is perfect. I believe just one of them is too much. There we go. So that's good there. You just need to do the other part. 7 of them. 2.5, 7. And we need to do the other. Just adding this, as you can see, it looks more nicer. Just 2 of them. .5 and then 2. And then we just need to add this thing right here. .5 and then 2 of them, and then add 2.5 again, and then 2. So we have all of those added, and it made a big difference. Even the tree, adding some lights for the tree. And then if we look at it, big difference. So now that's done. What we can do next is to create our images. So go to media and then place your view to the one that you want. So for example, this one is my first view. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click create my first image. You want to make sure that this one is into high. You can change some of the rendering aspect here. So path tracer, quality, denoiser here. Let's put Firefly 20. We can change the sample to 500. So now we could do is refresh it, and then if you want to move, you uncheck that and then move. I want to make something like this one right here. And then in terms of weather environment, we could do this. And then click this for sure, and then refresh it again and do the same thing. And then refresh. And then we want something like this. That's number 3. And then maybe along something like this, and then camera, increase the focal length. Something like this. We can see all the backgrounds. So add it. Make sure this one is. Check as well. I want to center this one a little bit. I think that's perfect. Refresh it. And then now we need to go and create some videos. Let's turn that off. And then I want is zooming in. We could add some vegetation here so that it looks good. So why not? So additional not something that we're gonna see much, but it's going to be nice for our background. Maybe this one is too much right here. This too. So let's remove that because we have a nice background right there. And then we could just add some other vegetation here. Something simple there. Okay, that looks good there. And then let's go and create our video. I want a straight in video, so I'm gonna create and then zoom in, something like that. Make it 7. I want going from left to right, so I'm gonna add a keyframe, something like this one. 6 seconds. Another one. That could be 9 seconds. We can make it 8 seconds. And then we have something like that. Maybe 4 seconds. Another one, just going up. Five seconds. Do 5 seconds again. Let's refresh this and just add something like that. 3 seconds. Going down. Four seconds. Going out now. Five seconds. Another 5 seconds. And another 5 seconds here. this one we haven't added, so I'm gonna delete this for now. Refresh and then go like that, and then here same thing, add that one, going up 5 seconds. And then once you're done, we just need to export everything. So go to export, we're actually not yet done here, so we need to rename this, duplicate first and then rename. This is show real, and then here we need to rename shorts, and then change this to 700, and then this one to 1000. So we have our shorts and we have our regular. And then once you're done, save it first. And then we can just export it by adding all of them. Select all, and then select all on this. Path tracer, lumen, and all of those are checked. Here we need to double check. We need to add those. Save it again. So everything has that rendering image right there, that icon pertaining that this is with Path Tracer. So now export it. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.